Okay, so before we officially start, let me just say it is wonderful to see so many of you joining us from various countries across the globe. I hope you are all having a great morning. So, how are you feeling today, guys? You can let us know by dropping a short comment in the chat box, maybe a grade or ready to learn, or simply a thumbs up reaction.
Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau Sport and Science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asila Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, the Distinguished Director of UNESA Science Center, Dr. Muhammad Purnomo, the Honorable Chief Executive of SERC, Dr. Doni Ardi Kusuma, SPD, MKes, distinguished keynote speakers, invited guests, and all participation joining us virtually. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the first annual Sport Exercise and Research Conference, organized by Subdirectorate of UNESA Science Center, Sport and Exercise Research Center. I'm Sarah and I'll be the master of ceremony of this morning event. First of all, let us praise and thank God Almighty for His blessing, allowing us to gather here today in the virtual meeting room in good health and spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the first annual Sport Exercise and Research Conference this year is NUTRIMOVE, Improving Performance and Equity Through Nutrition, Movement, and Culture. We hope this conference will be a catalyst for groundbreaking research and collaboration within this vital field. So, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our event, we will be listening to the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and will be continued by Mars UNESA. We kindly ask all participants to sit in a respectful position. You may keep your microphones muted.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya berperan aktif mencerdaskan bangsa, tangguh bermartabat berbudaya, tulus berbakti laksanakan tridharma, unggul berprestasi, karya inovatif, olahraga, ilmu dan seni, inklusif, adaptif, kolaboratif untuk kejayaan negeri. Dalam kemohon kamu raih cita-citamu, berani jujur dan teguh, jaga persatuan keluarga, lakukan jiwamu untuk UNESA satu langkah di depan. Dalam kemohon kamu raih cita-citamu, berani jujur dan teguh, jaga persatuan keluarga, lakukan jiwamu untuk UNESA satu langkah di depan.
Thank you very much. To ensure our event runs smoothly and is blessed, let us bow our head for a moment of prayer. Let's pray together. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda. We will be listening to the official report from the Chief Executive of Sport and Exercise Research Center. Please welcome Dr. Denny Ardi Kusuma, SPD MKes. The screen is yours.
To this historic moment for our institution. Dear friends and colleagues, this year marks a significant milestone. As outlined in our founding vision, SERC is not just an ordinary research center. I'm proud to announce that SERC is an institution officially recognized by the state under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Republic of Indonesia as a center of excellence in sports science in Indonesia. This recognition brings a massive responsibility for us. We are mandated to serve as a leading hub for innovation in national sports, elite sports, sports policy, and then sports industry. However, we cannot achieve this alone. I want to emphasize that SERC is a community hub for everyone. We do not belong only to UNESA, but we are here for the entire sports community in globe. Whether you are from other university, government bodies, or the private sector, please do not hesitate to join in and collaborate with us. Our doors are always open for partnership to advance our shared goals. My dear colleagues and friends, in the spirit of global collaboration, we have specially invited our friends from the outside Indonesia to serve as speakers. We are joining by experts from Singapore, Japan, Turkey, Uzbekistan, Thailand, Malaysia, Taiwan, and many more. They are here to share best practice from their respective countries. We believe by listening to their diverse experience, we will gain deeper insight and broaden our perspective on sports development. This aligns perfectly with our conference theme, NUTRIMOVE, improving performance and equity through nutrition, movement, and culture. We believe that to build a healthy and high-achieving society, we must harmoniously integrate nutritional science, physical activity, and then cultural understanding. Friends and partners, as a concrete manifestation of our commitment to advancing scientific discourse, on this special occasion, I proudly wish to promote and launch our latest initiative. We are introducing our new platform for scientific publication titled the Journal of Rocket Sport Performance and Science. GRSPS. We dedicated this journal to becoming a primary reference for specific research in the world of rocket sports, because Indonesia is so good in rocket sports, especially in badminton, driving sharper and more focused innovation for athlete performance. We invited researchers and practitioners to contribute their best stuff to this journal. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has supported this event. Thank you to our international speakers for their willingness to share their knowledge, to the organizing committee for their hard work, especially Bu Aulia. I respected to you, Bu, and then to Universitas Negeri Surabaya for its unwavering support. Please enjoy the conference. Let us make sports science a bridge to the healthier, more accomplished, and equitable life. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doni, for the comprehensive report. Okay, so before we commence to the main agenda, So I see a lot of positive reaction and energy. It looks like everyone very excited for 2 days of insightful discussion. So now let's make sure our virtual environment is ready. We kindly request all participants to mute your microphone during the opening session to ensure clear audio quality. And please rename your Zoom account using the format name underscore institution. And finally, please be reminded that the attendance link has been provided in the chat box. So we have now arrived at the heart of today's event, that is the highly anticipated keynote session. This session will present cutting-edge perspective and the latest finding in the field of sport exercise and research, which will undoubtedly open all our minds to the newest innovation and development. This is a golden opportunity to gain direct insight from preeminent experts, so please prepare your notes and all your best questions. To ensure this session runs smoothly and our discussion are well guided, it is my great pleasure to introduce our moderator for today's session, who will skillfully guide this entire keynote session and facilitate the interaction with our speakers. So please welcome Miss Nabila Ersha Audina, MS Dietitian. The virtual floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's webinar. My name is Nabila, and I'm honored to serve as the moderator for this morning session. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our three distinguished keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Professor Stephen Francis Burns from the National Institute of Education, or NIE, from Singapore. And our second speaker is Dr. Gaku Kakehata from Waseda University, Japan. And our third speaker is Dr. Mirza Hapsari Sakti Titis Penggalih MPH-RD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. We are very fortunate to have these experts with us today, each bringing a unique perspective from adolescents' health, sports science, and the role of sports nutritionists. So let's begin with our first session. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker is Professor Stephen Francis Burns from the National Institute of Education, Singapore. Professor Burns is now serving as the Associate Dean of the National Institute of Education at Nanyang Technological University. He is widely recognized for his research in physical activity and nutrition. Today, he will talk about how breakfast, physical activity, and sleep can shape academic performance and cognitive function in adolescents. Let us welcome our first speaker, Professor Stephen Burns from the National Institute of Education, Singapore. Good morning, Professor Burns.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. We are very delighted to have you here. So whenever you're ready, you may begin your presentation.
Okay, let me see if I can share my slides. Can I ask if you can see those slides?
Yes, it's showing, but yeah, okay, now it's perfect.
In presenter mode. Okay.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
A very good morning to you. A very good morning to all the delegates here at this conference. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you for the invitation to be here at this first annual Sport and Exercise Research Conference. I need to thank the conference secretariat for the invitation to come here today, and also to thank the Universitas Negeri Surabaya for the invitation as well. It came a bit out of the blue, but it's wonderful to be able to come here today and to be able to share some of the work that I do. I am an exercise physiologist by training. I have been at the National Institute of Education at Nanyang Technological University for about 16 years. Much of my research in the past has been around cardiovascular disease and exercise, and more recently, I've also done a lot more work in the area of sport nutrition and exercise, particularly looking at things such as dietary nitrate and caffeine and other supplements as well. But when I was invited to share here today, I was asked to look at the integration perhaps of different areas which include nutrition and physical activity. And some of the work that I have been fortunate enough to do whilst I've been at NIE has been related to this work on academic performance and cognition in adolescence, and to see how different facets of lifestyle habits or behaviors actually affect the academic performance and cognition. So in this case, I'll be concentrating on three key areas. One is the role of breakfast on this. The second is the role of exercise, and the third is sleep. But the work that we've done hasn't tried to look at these separately, each individual one separately on academic performance and cognition, but rather to see how they integrate together to affect these outcomes. So I'll be talking about that. As I said, I am from Nanyang Technological University. It's one of the 6 public universities in Singapore. I've been there for 16 years. I must say I'm not Singaporean, as you've probably guessed. I am from the UK originally, where I did my training and I did some postdoctoral work in the US before moving to Singapore. NTU, I will give it a bit of a plug, is on the western side of Singapore. We have about 35,000 students and about 8,000 or 9,000 faculty and staff. It's a beautiful campus. It is 200 hectares and it makes up about 2% of the land area of Singapore. So if you are ever fortunate enough to be in Singapore, please come and visit us. We do have wonderful sports facilities. In my department, the Physical Education and Sports Science Department at NIE, what we do is we train all the physical education teachers in the country. But we also have another program in sport science and sport management where we train people for the sport industry. So we focus on those 2 different groups of students within our department. And we have various laboratories, gyms and facilities to support the activities of those students. So moving into my talk, this is background and contents of the talk today. I'll be giving a background about why I am interested in the area and some of the important evidence and mechanisms behind the area. Then I'll be talking about 2 specific studies that we've done at NTU NIE on this particular topic, and sharing the data that we collected from those studies and why I think they are important. This is a scientific conference, so I will say that I have no conflicts of interest to declare for any of the work that I will be presenting this morning. So moving into the background. So this is a typical scene on a Singapore MRT train in the morning, and you will see a typical scene on the buses as well. Many people go to work and they go to work early, but the school day also starts early in Singapore. Typically schools start somewhere around 7:30 or 8 a.m. Now, some of the children, particularly those in secondary school, have to travel long distances in order to reach the school. So they typically may leave home anywhere between 6 and 6:30 in the morning in order to reach their school on time. And what you can see are children on the public transport at this early time, many of which are doing what these two kids you can see on the right hand side of this picture are doing, which is sleeping. They sleep on the train on the way to school, often probably to catch up on sleep because they've woken up very early. Now, I sometimes take the public transport to school. Other times I cycle when I go to the university. I like to try and stay healthy. But when I do take the public transport, I look at these scenes. And what occurred to me some years back is, do these kids, for example, have the opportunity to eat breakfast before they go to school? They're getting up very early. They're obviously very tired. At that time in the morning, do they feel like eating breakfast? And do they have the chance to eat breakfast before they have to get out of the door onto the public transport? Because in some cases, children may travel an hour or even an hour and a half to get to school. My second question is, are they all getting to school like this? Do they actually get any physical activity? How many kids walk to school, cycle to school, take scooters, for example, even skateboard? In the UK, for example, cycling to school or walking to school is quite normal. But in Singapore, the opportunities to do that may be considerably less. And then the third question that I have is, do they get enough sleep? Obviously, if they're getting up very early, what time do they go to bed the night before they get on the train and start moving in the morning? Because if these health behaviors have an effect on their physical health, it's important to be able to consider these things, because getting up early and going to school every day is part of their daily habit. But I'm also thinking, does it have an effect on their cognition and their academic performance if they're unable to complete these lifestyle habits on a daily basis? And then finally, do these habits cluster together? Is it that certain children aren't doing all three habits, or some children are just doing some of the habits? So why am I interested in this particular topic? Well, we know a lot already about about breakfast. We know a lot about physical activity, and we know a lot about sleep. We know, for example, that children who regularly eat breakfast have higher micronutrient intakes over the day. They get to take on board vitamins and minerals early in the morning as part of their breakfast. They tend to have better macronutrient profiles. So they have a better profile of the percentage of carbohydrate, protein, and fat in their diet. And kids who regularly eat breakfast tend to show better body weight and have a healthier body mass index. Now, I know researchers around the world may challenge this. I know someone in Bath, for example, who doesn't believe in the concept of breakfast. But certainly when you look at these observational studies, this is what the data are telling us. Kids who eat breakfast tend to be healthier in terms of body weight and body mass index. Similarly, kids who are physically active have better cardiorespiratory and muscular fitness. They have better bone health, for example, and they maintain better health and healthy weight. And then kids who sleep more often, obviously more indirectly, sleep is associated with being more physically active and physically fitter. In itself, it may not make you more active, but kids who sleep more may feel more active during the day. Sleep can help with your mental health, and it also can help kids to regulate their mood. Now, these are all good reasons to study these health behaviors. But oftentimes, what parents are interested in, especially in places like South and East Asia, are kids' academic performance and cognition. Now, I want to encourage children to undertake these behaviors because I believe it contributes to their health overall. But if I want to convince their parents, what I can focus on is looking at their academic performance and cognition. If I tell parents, oh, being physically active might make your kid fitter, they may not be interested. But if I tell parents that being physically active may help their child do better at school or do better in their examinations, then parents may stand up and listen more and actually get those kids to help those children with those behaviors in the first place. So what are the prevalence of these habits globally? What do we know about these particular habits? If we look at breakfast, for example, this is a cross-sectional study that was done over 41 countries. It's the HSBC breakfast study. So they surveyed children in 40 countries and they looked at the prevalence of children who were taking breakfast in those countries. They found that the highest level of breakfast intake was about 75%, which they observed in Portuguese boys. And the lowest level of breakfast intake was in Greek girls, which was only about 1/3 of those girls, 33%. Overall, out of the 41 countries surveyed, however, and this survey contained up to 190,000 children, in only four of the countries was a prevalence of breakfast intake greater than 70%. So in most countries globally, almost 1/3 of children every day are going to school without consuming breakfast. What about physical activity? Well, these are data which were collected by a colleague of mine in Singapore, Professor Michael Cha, and he did, again, a cross-sectional study in children, and he looked at children at 3 different ages: children in primary school, children in secondary school, and children in junior college. And he gave them pedometers, and he looked at their mean daily step count. Now, if you look at the data, what you can see is that the highest level of step count is at primary level. And then there is a drop in step count as you move to secondary level and junior college. So as kids get older, they tend to become less physically active overall. The second thing that you can observe from these data is that overall, boys had a much higher step count than girls in every single age group. And that's not just typical to Singapore. We often see that in many countries around the world. Boys tend to be more active than girls. Now, the reason for that is there may be many reasons. It may be that boys are encouraged to be more active, or there may be underlying biological reasons. We're not certain. But certainly overall, boys were more active than girls. But the point that I really want to make here is that children of this age, their daily step count should be nearer to 15,000 steps per day. And in none of these age groups, whether it was primary, secondary, or junior college, were children actually achieving that level. So children in Singapore are certainly not active enough to be meeting physical activity guidelines. What about the third habit, sleep? Well, there's 2 studies here, which I'd like to show you. The first is from the Growing Up in Singapore Towards Healthy Outcomes study, which we call GUSTO for short. This is a longitudinal birth cohort study, which was done in Singapore. It's followed 562 children since birth, and now those children are nearing adulthood. What the data show in the top figure on this screen is a cross-sectional study of those children at 9 years old. And they looked at how much sleep those children were achieving, whether it's more than the recommended 9 hours per night or less than the recommended 9 hours per night by the National Sleep Association in the US. Now, what they saw was that the overall prevalence of sufficient sleep, more than 9 hours a night, was just under 60%. That means that 40%, more than 1/3 of all children, were getting insufficient sleep at 9 years old. We have data to show this in adolescents as well. This is a recent study which is in press, which was led by a colleague of mine, Professor John Wang. And we surveyed student athletes in school, almost 150 student athletes aged 16 to 17 years. And we looked at how much sleep they were taking both on school days and on their free days. The recommended amount of sleep for an adolescent is about 8 hours per night. But you can see that on average, those children were not, those student athletes were not achieving that either on a school day or on a free day. But importantly, none of the student athletes managed to achieve that level on a school night. In fact, the mean amount was 5.6 hours. So if we're talking about sleep deficiency, where the children should be sleeping 8 hours a night, that deficiency is about 2.5 hours per night in these particular student athletes. So way below the recommended levels. So concurrently, if we look at all three of these particular behaviors, we can see that many children in Singapore, but also in other parts of the world, do not achieve these health behaviors. And ultimately, that may affect their academic performance or cognition. Now, you can see the associations of particular behaviors with academic performance on this slide. This top study is a study from Wales in the United Kingdom, and it followed more than 3,000 school children, and it measured that were aged almost 9 to 11 years old. And it measured their performance in statutory assessment tests, SATs, at baseline and also 1 year later as well. And they looked at also the breakfast consumption of those children. What you can see is that both at baseline and up at the follow-up 1 year later, the children who regularly consumed breakfast and also those children who consumed healthy breakfast items did better on these educational attainment tests than the children who did not. This is the odds ratio. So the likelihood of them achieving or doing well on these statutory assessment tests was improved with regular breakfast consumption or the consumption of healthy breakfast items. The bottom figure on this particular slide shows data from a randomized controlled trial, which was conducted in the US. And these children were 7 to 9 years old. There were 221 of these school children. And they were randomized to an after-school physical activity program for 1 year. Or alternatively, they were put onto a wait list. So the other group of children got their regular PE in schools, etc., but they didn't participate in this after-school activity until after the end of the assessment period. Now, the children got tests of what we call executive function. 2 of these tests, one was looking at inhibition, which is essentially the ability of the children to control their impulses and before they act. And the second one was to look at what we call cognitive flexibility, which is essentially the ability for children to be able to navigate and adapt to different environments and changes in circumstance. Now, you can see that the children who were on the intervention, the physical activity intervention, did better in these tests in terms of their response accuracy, i.e. they were more accurate on the tests, on both the inhibition test and the cognitive flexibility test, compared with those children who were put onto the wait list. So overall, we can see that these behaviors are not very prevalent in children, but we do know that when these behaviors are taken up, certainly in the long term, it can change their academic performance and their cognition. But what happens if I just do a single bout of exercise, or I just take breakfast on a single day? Are some of the benefits that I receive from exercise, breakfast, or good night's sleep more acute rather than long term? So it's not a change in my long-term macronutrient or micronutrient profile or my nutrient status. It's not a question of training over months. Is it simply by doing a single bout of exercise or taking breakfast, etc., or having a good night's sleep that I can improve my performance in school the next day on academic performance? So on this slide, what you can see is in relation to breakfast. Breakfast is the behavior which is illustrated on the left-hand side. Now we know, and there have been many studies to show that simply taking breakfast in the morning can improve potential outcomes related to cognition and academic performance. And those potential outcomes are listed on the right-hand side of this slide. They include things like your verbal memory, your ability to recall words, your spatial memory, your ability to understand yourself within different spaces, the kids' attention on a particular task, and also their arithmetic, so their ability to perform maths. And in the middle, what you could see are the underlying mechanisms which might explain this. So first of all, we have increased satiety, for example. Simply, if I eat breakfast in the morning, I'm not worried about my stomach. If my stomach is rumbling, then I probably can't concentrate very well on a particular task, such as maths maybe, or maybe history, or whatever the lesson is in school. The second reason is improved blood glucose provision. So children, for example, have a larger brain size to their body. And actually in young children aged 3 to 11 years old, the brain can account for up to 50% of the metabolism. Children have a higher ratio of oxygen going to the brain, and they use more glucose as well. They use almost twice as much glucose for their brain as adults do. And remember, glucose is the nutrient, the only nutrient which your brain uses, except for ketone bodies during starvation. So on a daily basis, glucose feeds the neurons in our brain. Blood glucose provision is also important in children because children have smaller livers than adults, so they're less well able to store glucose in their body. And typically children go to bed earlier than adults. That means that the period of overnight fasting is longer in children than it is in adults. Other effects of breakfast on or mechanisms via which breakfast might explain these potential outcomes include the synthesis of certain neurotransmitters, things such as noradrenaline, dopamine, for example, which affect motivation, mood, and arousal of children. If children go into a classroom in a good mood or with their stomach full and their brain receives this signal, they may be better able to concentrate on tasks. And then, of course, these improvements in satiety, in neurotransmitters, may lead to behavioral explanations such as heightened subjective feelings of alertness and your ability to concentrate on tasks once you're in a class. What about exercise? What about if I just walk to school that morning? Not a long period of exercise training over several months, but what happens if I wake up in the morning, I'm a child, and I cycle or walk to school that day, maybe 15, 20 minutes? Well, again, we know that acute exercise can have potential effects on a child in a class. It can improve their processing speed, their ability to perform tasks. It can improve their response accuracy, so how accurate they are on a task, not just how fast they are on a task, but it can also help with things such as mathematical computation time. We know that when you exercise, you get increased levels of central, i.e. within the brain, central nervous system, the brain and spinal cord, increased levels of neurotransmitters, as I said, noradrenaline in particular. Now, in the peripheral circulation, something like noradrenaline has a very short half-life of only about 3 minutes. But the half-life of these neurotransmitters in the central nervous system is considerably longer, up to 8 to 12 hours. And therefore, it may affect arousal. I'm sure many of you have heard of things like runner's high, for example. When you exercise, particularly when you do exercise which involves coordination, it requires use of your brain, and therefore you may activate or excite areas of the brain which are also responsible for mediating cognitive functions. So you prime those areas by doing the exercise, and then when the child enters the class, their cognitive functions are improved. And then finally, you may get increased concentrations of this particular protein called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF for short. So BDNF is involved in neurogenesis, the stimulation of new neurons, and also neuroplasticity. So the ability of our neurons to, or the malleability of our neurons to change or develop in response to a stimulus. Finally, let's look at sleep. Sleep may have various, or acute sleep, bout of sleep may have various indirect actions on our ability to do well on cognitive or academic tasks. So sleep, we know, can affect verbal tasks, arithmetic tasks. It affects your attention or vigilance in class. I'm sure you've all seen kids that feel sleepy in class, not doing well. It can affect a kid's processing speed, and importantly, it can affect their mood, how they feel. There may be several mechanisms of action via which sleep does this. It can be quite challenging for us to determine these mechanisms. But first of all, sleep can help with memory consolidation. So when you're sleeping, memories from the day before are consolidated, and this can help with the transfer of information the next day. Sleep can help with synaptic connectivity that occurs during wakeful hours. It can also help support your neural networks and attention. So when you are sleeping, the functional integrity, if you like, of those neural networks can help with attention later on the next day. And importantly, sleep can help with a child's emotions the next day as well. So collectively, we have reasons to study these particular behaviors. We know they're not very prevalent. We know that in the long term, these behaviors can have an effect on academic outcomes and cognitions, but not just the long term. Acutely as well, just by doing a single bout of exercise or a single bout of physical activity or having a good night's sleep can affect cognition and academic outcomes. But importantly, how do they interact with one another? And I'm going to move now on to some work that we've done at NIE to tell you about these interactions, particularly from the acute perspective. So the first of these studies was a cross-sectional study that we've done where we looked at the associations between breakfast, sleep, and physical activity with the morning mood state in adolescents. So this is what we did. We did a cross-sectional survey to identify the weekday breakfast habits, physical activity habits, and sleep habits of Singaporean adolescents, and how these were associated with mood state. So it was during the week. We didn't look at weekend days. We did a non-randomized survey, which by the time we looked at all the valid responses included 365 adolescents. The breakdown of those adolescents, they were on age 14 to 19 years from 5 high schools and junior colleges and institutes of further education in Singapore. And when we look at the population breakdown, they tended to reflect the Singapore population in terms of both gender, but also in terms of ethnicity as well. We gave them 3 questionnaires. The first one was a breakfast questionnaire where we asked them how often they ate breakfast, how many days per week, but also we looked at breakfast in relation to other habits, their dinner time the night before, their bedtime, and their daily wake time as well. So that's essentially incorporates some of the sleep. We gave them a physical activity questionnaire, which was recall over the past 7 days, and a frequency and duration of 47 different types of activity in there. And then we gave them a mood state questionnaire as well. So there were 10 item subscales which looked at both positive mood and negative mood, which were measured on a 5-point Likert scale. So these are some of the data that we pulled out of this, which are interesting. So as I showed you earlier on, as per many other countries around the world, only 61% of kids in Singapore that we surveyed were regularly eating breakfast 5 days per week. So 39% of children, almost 40%, were not eating breakfast every day. Although when we looked at the other two groups, there were those who didn't eat breakfast every day, the non-breakfast takers, which was about 15%, and those who intermittently ate breakfast, i.e. some days of the week they ate breakfast, but not every day. When we look at the breakfast eaters and we ask them, why do you eat breakfast? Or was breakfast helpful to them? More than 90% said yes. And they gave the popular reasons for this were because it gave them energy, it helped them to be healthy, and it improved their mood as well. But I think what's interesting out of this first part of the results is that when we asked those people who never took breakfast, the 15% of kids who never took breakfast, do you think breakfast is helpful? Almost 2/3 of them also said yes. So they never took breakfast, even though 2/3 of them thought that breakfast would be helpful to them. And they gave similar reasons to the kids that ate breakfast every day. It gives me energy, it helps me to be healthy, and also it helps me to pay attention. So this was a surprise to us. So even though kids know breakfast is healthy for them, they weren't necessarily taking it. Excuse me for one moment. Okay, when we looked at kids' sleep time, how many of them were meeting sleep requirements? And remember, kids of this age, adolescents, should be sleeping about 8 hours per night. Most of the children, 88%, reported sleeping less than 8 hours per day. So that agrees with the earlier data that I showed you from Singapore and in both young children and in adolescents. It seems that Singapore youth tend to be sleep starved overall. And 1/3 of youth, importantly, reported sleeping less than 6 hours per day. So in some cases, it's considerable. Now, when we look at this interaction between sleep and breakfast and mood, what I want to highlight first of all is the difference between the breakfast eaters and the non-breakfast eaters. One of the major things that we found was that the breakfast eaters were the children who tended to go to bed earlier, before midnight, whereas the kids who didn't eat breakfast were those who went to bed after midnight. More of them went to bed after midnight overall. So it was less in the wake up time, although the kids who were breakfast eaters also tended to get up earlier, but certainly it was going to bed earlier, which was one of the factors which it seemed to be associated with actually eating breakfast itself. So the frequency of breakfast consumption in itself was negatively associated with the participants' bedtime, but interestingly, not the sleep duration. So maybe it's that kids who go to bed earlier have better quality sleep by simply getting into bed earlier, getting into the right state, and therefore they tend to sleep better. But the other thing I want to highlight here is in relation to mood. We didn't see any difference in these children in terms of positive mood, but when we looked at negative mood, what was interesting is that there wasn't any difference between the kids that regularly ate breakfast and never ate breakfast. But the kids who were most affected were the kids who were irregular breakfast eaters, i.e. they ate on some days of the week, but not on others. So this suggests that if I am a breakfast eater, but I miss breakfast on some days, I'm going to go into school in more of a negative mood state. But if I never eat breakfast, it doesn't really seem to affect my mood in the long term. What about physical activity? So again, when we looked at physical activity, we found that almost 2/3 of youth reported insufficient, moderate to vigorous physical activity each day. The mean amount that we found was about 51 minutes. Kids of this age should be doing 60 minutes of physical activity per day. And 1/3 of youth actually reported less than 30 minutes per day. But again, what I really want to highlight here is the association between, mood and physical activity. Positive mood score, in this case, was much better in those children who were active versus those who were inactive in the days before going to school. So if you're more active as a child, you go into school in a better mood state. So conclusions from this first study is that many youth, almost 38% of them, never or regularly consume breakfast. Most youth don't get enough sleep, almost 90%, i.e. less than 8 hours per day. Breakfast consumption is associated with the bedtime. But the interesting thing, as I said, is that irregular breakfast takers enter school in a more irritable state than those youth who regularly eat breakfast. In terms of physical activity, almost 2/3 of Singapore youth are completing insufficient amounts of physical activity for their health or academic performance. But physical activity does seem to affect their mood score at the start of the morning. So I'll move on to the second study, and I've got about 10 minutes, I believe, to finish this. Okay, so the second study was actually an experimental study. And what we wanted to do was to look at the combined effects of breakfast and exercise. We didn't manipulate sleep here, on short-term academic and cognitive performance in junior college and high school children in Singapore. So it was a randomized control parallel group experimental study. So overall, we took just over 80 children and we separated them into 4 groups that you can see here. There wasn't any difference really in terms of their distribution of sex, age, body mass index, waist circumference, etc., etc. So what were the 4 groups and what was the experimental design that we actually used for these particular children? You can see it on this slide. So one group of children, we got into the lab and they were in the laboratory for about 4 hours. And during that whole time when they came in that morning, they remained fasted, i.e. they hadn't eaten since the night before, and they didn't do any physical activity. The second group of children came into the lab. They were fasted at the start of the morning, and then we gave them a breakfast around mid-morning, just after 9:45. The third group of children came to our lab. They remained fasted all morning. They didn't eat anything, but we made them do some physical activity about 9:30, a short bout of about 20 to 30 minutes. And then the final group we got in, and we gave them, they were in the lab all morning, but we made them do about a physical activity and we gave them breakfast as well. In terms of what we measured fingertip blood glucose. We measured their motivation, feeling, their hunger, satiety, and fullness. We got them to do academic tests at the start of the morning, so everyone was fasted, and at the end of the morning after the exposures. And then we got them to do cognitive tests as well, which I'll talk more about at the start of the morning, mid-morning, and end of the morning. So there were 3 batteries of tests that these kids had to complete. Start of the morning, mid-morning, and end of the morning. This was the breakfast that we gave the children. We wanted it to be a breakfast that was simple, that they would eat, that they wouldn't be allergic to. So essentially it was just a sandwich, 2 slices of bread. We put Nutella on, which is a chocolate spread that many children will like. And we gave them a popular drink in Singapore, which is called Milo. And you can see that the total energy from this breakfast was about 382 calories. And it was a in terms of glycemic index, if you know what that is, which is the blood sugar impact of the breakfast, it was kind of a mid-range or moderate glycemic index meal. Now, we got them two groups of the children to do a bout of exercise. And what we wanted to do was this coordinative exercise where we essentially get them to coordinate different types of their body, different sides of their body, because we think that that may activate more areas of the brain than other types of exercise. So this video shows the exercise that the kids were doing. I'll just play it for you. So the first one was to stand on a wobble board and essentially bounce a volleyball at the same time. So they had to balance and bounce a ball. The second one was to bounce two balls of different size, a basketball and a volleyball, with their left and right hands. So they're trying to coordinate both sides of their body. Then they had to throw a handball using their left and their right hand alternatively through a hoop. Then they had to throw balls to each other, left and right hand. So these are people that were helping with the experiment. And then someone had to kick a ball with the left or right foot whilst the other person threw a ball to them at the same time. So essentially, throughout these exercises, the kids are coordinating and doing novel movements, which hopefully will stimulate and activate the same areas of their brain which are involved with the cognitive or academic tests. So we use this Wechsler individual achievement test in terms of the academic tests that we gave to the kids. The first was a mathematics test, just simple arithmetic. They got 60 questions that they had to answer within 1 minute or get as far as they could. They were addition, subtraction, and multiplication. So fairly straightforward tests. And then the second group of tests was on verbal fluency. So they had 1 minute to tell the tester or to name as many animals or colors as they could. So it's a choice of one or the other, depending on which time of the morning. So I give you 60 seconds to say how many colors you can remember. And then we gave them 3 different letters at random, and they had to, within 60 seconds, they had to name as many words as possible, beginning with those letters. So if it was C, for example, it could be color, computer, click, for example, and you had to go through this particular list. So it was verbal fluency as well as arithmetics. These were the cognitive tasks. The first was an inhibition task called the Stroop test, where you receive 3 different stimuli. One is and you have to respond to the color of the stimuli shown. So congruent stimuli is where the word and the color are the same. An incongruent stimuli is where the word is different from the color. So you need to press green rather than red in this case. And then you had a control stimulus, which was just the color itself. There was a working memory task, which was essentially a digit span test, where you get increasing amounts of numbers to remember, either in a forward direction or a backward direction, until essentially you can't remember anymore. And then the third one was an attention task called the go, no-go task. So you have to press the space bar on the laptop in response to the green stimulus, but not the black stimulus. So these were the results of the test. First of all, when we looked at blood glucose, you can see everyone's blood glucose on the left-hand side was the same when they came fasted in the 4 groups at the start of the morning. But for the 2 groups that received breakfast, it was much better post-test by the end of the morning than the 2 groups that did not. But this is the key one, the academic tests. We found significant improvements in both mathematical score, i.e. the accuracy of the children's answers, and their speed, their computational time, i.e. how many answers per second they made, in the breakfast and exercise group compared with the group that remained fasted and sedentary over the morning. So eating your breakfast and exercise in one group of children led to better scores than in the group that was fasted and sedentary. When we look at the Stroop test, we found improvements in reaction time, particularly at series 2, which was mid-morning, immediately post the breakfast and exercise. And we found that both for the congruent test, the incongruent test, and for the control group as well. So it seems that, but there wasn't any difference in response accuracy. It wasn't that they were answering more accurately, but their responses were quicker after they had received the stimulus of breakfast and exercise compared with being fasted and sedentary. Other findings. Hunger, fullness, satiety, and appetite all increased to a greater extent in the 2 groups that received the breakfast compared with the 2 groups that did not. And motivation, arousal, and mental effort were similar at the start of the morning and across the morning among all of the groups, however. So there was no improvement in those areas. So what do we conclude from this second study? Essentially that the combined effects of breakfast and exercise collectively contributed to improvements in mass test score and computation time. And that kids showed faster reaction times as well. So eating breakfast and exercise can improve these areas just acutely in one morning. The potential factors which may have contributed to this are improved blood glucose and increased satiety and fullness. So what would I recommend out of all of this? I would recommend that better academic outcomes are observed in adolescents who consume breakfast and exercise regularly. There may be further improvements, however, in youth that establish both of these habits rather than just one or the other. Policymakers in different countries should recognise that these behavioural factors can influence school performance and consider how time can be provided to incorporate them into the school day. If kids do come a long way to school, do we need to give them breakfast clubs? Do we need to regularly schedule PE, for example, at the start of the day so that kids then go into classes and can concentrate better during the rest of the day, particularly in Southeast Asia where it's very hot mid and late morning anyway. So these are the kind of recommendations that we can take away from this. I do need to acknowledge certain people who helped me with the work that I showed you today, in particular Dr. or Professor Masato Kawabata, a former colleague of mine who is now at Rikyo University, Professor Kerry Lee, who's now at the Education University of Hong Kong, and Dr. Chu Hui Cheng, who is now at the Singapore Sports Institute. Thank you for listening today. I think I'm on time, 45 minutes. I hope everything was okay and that you could understand what I was saying, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Burns, for that insightful presentation. In summary, I can get that regular breakfast consumption and consistent exercise can help improve cognitive function in adolescents. We will now move to the Q&A session. For participants who wish to ask Professor Burns a question, please type your questions in the chat box and I will read it out for you. Or you may also raise your hand and we will invite you to ask your question directly to Professor Burns. So please, for participants, you can just do whatever comfortable for you. Okay, while we're waiting for any participants to ask, maybe I would like to ask my own question, Professor Burns. So this is a very interesting topic that I personally interested to, because my thesis when I do my master's were also around cognitive function, but it was on children with ADHD. And my question is that there is one part in your presentation saying that there is no change in the odds ratio of improved educational outcomes with healthy breakfast items. And my question is that, does this mean that having breakfast, regardless of the nutritional composition, is more important for cognition in adolescents instead of not having it at all?
No, the health. I apologize if I wasn't
Okay.
clear. There was two parts to that particular slide, and there were to that particular figure, and both were improved. So in
Okay.
these particular children, the 3,000 children, they were measured at baseline and 1 year later.
Mhm.
And for both children who regularly ate breakfast, they had improved academic attainments
Mhm.
compared with those children who did not eat breakfast. And the second part was that when the researchers looked at healthy breakfast items, those were also associated with better academic attainment. It's just
Okay.
that there were differences in odds ratios between the two. But in both cases, the odd ratios were significant and the children did better on their academic scores.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for the
So I
confirmation.
apologize if I wasn't very clear.
No problem. Yeah. Okay, so here we've got one question from the chat box. So I want to read it from Afif Rusdiawan. In individuals with obesity, is eating breakfast considered beneficial or potentially harmful? Could you explain the underlying physiological mechanism that support your perspective, particularly in relation to metabolism, appetite regulation, and energy balance?
I would not say that in children, if we're talking about children here, or I would not say that eating breakfast is harmful to a child. I think with children who have obesity, we do need to look at ways to help them to lose weight, because obesity in itself also has some associations with cognition and academic attainment, which are not necessarily good. So I'm not encouraging obesity, but at the same time, I don't think that we should encourage children to avoid meals. I think what we do need to do is to encourage those children with obesity to eat healthier meals and to eat meals on a regular basis so that their relationship with food is improved, so that they eat, say, three rather than trying to avoid meals and then suddenly gorging out or eating excessively at a later time during the day. So my recommendation would not necessarily be to avoid breakfast, but to consider how we can establish a healthy relationship with food in these children. In terms of the physiological mechanisms of breakfast and how they support metabolism, appetite regulation, and energy balance, I think I also already spoke to some extent about blood glucose. Blood glucose provision is particularly important in the central nervous system because our central nervous system does not run on fat. It only uses glucose as a form of energy. It can use ketone bodies during starvation. And therefore, we're providing a source of energy there. Eating breakfast as well provides satiety and fullness. So in terms of appetite, before a meal, the orexigenic hormone ghrelin goes up. And yet when you eat a meal, that hormone comes down. So if ghrelin levels are high, then maybe there's a stimulus to eat, which is distracting to a child in a class. Whereas once we eat, hormones such as insulin, glucagon-like peptide 1, GLP-1 are increased, and therefore that satiety area in the brain is stimulated, and that may help children in the long term with concentrating better in class. So I hope that that has answered your question.
Thank you so much, Professor Burns, for answering the question. And now we have got another question from Dr. Donny. He said that it was a great presentation And in Indonesia, we have just started a free nutritious meal program for students. Referring to your presentation on how nutrition timing affect the brain, we see a huge opportunity to research this. And in your opinion, what are the best variables to measure if we want to see the cognition impact on this program? We want to know how to scientifically prove that this program works.
Oh, well, that's wonderful news. I mean, I'm really happy to hear that there's such good work going on supporting children in your schools. I think it's important that all children start the day with a healthy meal. It would be great if you had got some baseline data, obviously, from these children. But once, I don't know whether you have that at this point, but once the program has started, obviously you can monitor these children in terms of academic attainment over a year. That would be easy to get from the school. It is possible that you could take, for example, a subset of these children. I don't know how many are involved, and perhaps give them cognitive tests at different parts of the year and see if there's an improvement in those kids. And if you have any control schools, perhaps where this program isn't going on, that would be another thing to compare these outcomes with. And probably another thing that I haven't spoken so much about is behavior. Do we see improvements in behavior in children in the classroom who get this exposure to this free nutritious school meal program? So I think that you've got a wonderful opportunity to collect some really great data there and to give various simple academic tests or cognitive tests and to monitor behavior over time.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Burns, for giving us some recommendations. So is there any participants who are willing to ask Professor Burns? We still have one opportunity for you to ask question. Okay, so if there's no more questions from the participants, maybe we can conclude our session today. Thank you so much, Professor Byrne, and thank you for everyone for your questions. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today, Professor Burns, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to be here, and I wish you well with the rest of your conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Now, we will move forward to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Kaku Kakehata from Waseda University, Japan. Dr. Kakehata specializes in neuromuscular control in sprint running among senior and youth athletes. Today, his presentation is titled Control of Thigh Muscle Activity in Both Legs During Sprint Running. Now, let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Kaku Kakehata from Waseda University, Japan. Good morning, Dr. Kakehata.
Hi,
How are you today?
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Can you hear
Thank you for
my voice okay?
the introduction.
Yeah.
Let's start my in the presentation. Let me check. Okay. Can you see this slide?
Are you trying to present your materials?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let me check.
All right.
Sorry.
No problem. Take your time.
Can you this slide?
Yes. So whenever you're
Okay.
ready, feel free to start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you for inviting the first annual Sport and Exercise Research Conference. I'm very happy to share my research activities. This is Gak Kaketa, Faculty of Sports Science, Waseda University. Today, I want to introduce about the control of the time muscle activity in both legs during sprint running. Yes, before starting my presentation, let me share my short biography. I was born Iwate Prefecture, the Morioka city, which is part the north side of Japan. Can you see green area? This is my hometown. Now it's a very cold season. Which is autumn season is begun in Japan. When I was in the undergraduate in Waseda University, I belonged to the athletic club as a short sprinter. My best record of 100-meter dash was 10.52 seconds, but this time is no more level in Japan. Fortunately, I had a great teammate who took part in Olympic Games in London. I have once won the Japanese championships in 4x1 relays. And I spent my time as undergraduate in Waseda University and the master student and the PhD Faculty of Sports Science, Waseda University. Throughout in Waseda University, I've been looking for the biomechanics of sprint running. My master thesis was a relationship between subject effort and kinematics and kinetics during a 50-meter sprint. I have obtained the whole 50-meter ground reaction forces in the Sports Performance Laboratory in Kanoya University. And my PhD paper was control of time muscle activity in both legs during sprint running. My supervisor was Dr. Kanose, who specialized in sports neuroscience. Thanks to grateful support from Dr. Kanose, I have finished PhD in 2021. In parallel with the PhD student, I have been working at the university as a research associate and started to work as a sprint coach. Yes. So now I'm lecturing in the Faculty of Sports Science Mother School as an assistant professor. Okay, this is my hometown. The Morioka city is one of the best places to go in 2023 by New York Times. Please come visit to my hometown. Now is you can see the great town leaves in autumn season. Yes, this is my memory. I took the 4x1 relay championships in 2013. This is me 12 years ago. Okay, let's start my. Yes, this is legend sprinters guys in Japan. Okay, this slide shows my current projects and the research grants. My research key was here. Because I used to be a sprinter, I'm interested in biomechanics aspects such as EMGs in sprint running and how to plan the sprint training or coaching methods. Okay, so in fact, I have obtained 5 research grants from JSPS and the company so far. Today, I'm going to talk about the research project conducted in Waseda University and NYSI, which is National Youth Sports Institute in Singapore. Okay, I will start with an introduction to importance of thigh muscles during sprint running. In the sprint running, thigh muscle plays an important role. Previous research reported that during the ground contact phase, power delivered from the hip joints is transferred to the ankle joint via the knee joint. As shown in the picture, the mechanical work by the hip joint is larger than knee or ankle joints. Moreover, very high speed sprint above 8 to 9 meter second speeds, which here, the mechanical work by the hip joint is sharply increased during swing phase. The important point is a major power generator is hip joint during sprint running. Okay, this slide shows thigh angular position versus time for two subjects reported by Dr. Kempi Clark in 2021. He analyzed thigh movements in both legs during sprinting. Vertical axis indicates the thigh angle, and horizontal axis indicates the absolute time. The left leg are in yellow line, the right leg are in purple line. As you can see, both thigh movements show the reciprocal motion because running is a cyclic movement. Please see the figure A. Figure A shows in recreational athletes data whose running speed was 6 meters per second. Figure B shows same running speed in male sprinter. As you have already noted, faster running speeds were achieved with higher frequencies and greater range of motion. I mean, higher step frequency and greater total amplitude of thigh movements. Also, I want to draw your attention to figure D. Sprinters' thigh movements are steeper than recreational athletes, and their movements are located upper area here. So this means sprinter emphasis moving both legs in front side of the body. So the key point is that faster speeds were characterized by higher frequency and greater total amplitude of thigh angular motion. From these results, Dr. Clark provided the interesting suggestion using several tools to uniquely to provide practical implications for sprint training. First, the coaching cues such as whip from the hip is perhaps useful and effective for athletes. Second, powerful scissors-like action is important. That means inter-thigh coordination of both legs is necessary to sprinters. Finally, optimal training interventions likely needed to target enhancing thigh angular velocity in both flexion and extension actions. Moreover, sprinting is a cyclic movement in which is the role of the left and the right legs, which is swing leg and contact leg, alternately changes. Therefore, this is important to consider not only antagonic muscle activities in one leg, but also the coordination of muscle activities in both legs. However, most previous studies have only analyzed muscle activity in one leg. Please see the bar graph reported forward in Journal of Biomechanics in 2018. A blue bar indicates activation timings of biceps femoris, which is hamstrings muscle, and red one shows rectus femoris during one gait cycle, which is the antagonist muscle of BF, biceps femoris muscle. Because the biceps femoris BF is hip extensor, BF acts running ground contact and started to active again during late swing phase. On the other hand, the RF acts during early swing phase and mid-swing phases to flex the hip joints. However, we don't know about interleg coordination during sprinting because most research is only analyzed in one leg. Please watch this video. This is a video run during maximal sprint running. As mentioned in the previous slide, scissors-like movement is an important technique in sprinting. This movement is a swing leg forward relative to the backward movement of the contact leg during just before the ground contact. So it is important to consider not only muscle activations in one leg, but also the coordination of muscle activity in both legs. From the above, I came up with the idea of analyzing the muscle activity of both legs, and I published the papers about the timing of the thigh muscles. Yes, this is an animation of the scissors. Therefore, in my doctoral thesis, I focused on the thigh muscle activities in both legs sprint running. My doctoral thesis was composed 3 studies. Firstly, I analyzed timing of rectus and biceps femoris muscle activities in both legs at maximum running speed. Then I defined some original EMG variables and tested correlation between EMG timings and sprint performances. Then I'll show you the second experiments how behaves RF and BF muscles at various running speed, which means slow jogging to maximal sprint running. Then I'd like to explain to the third study observed RF and BF activity in the 100-meter dash. I found the timing of thigh muscle activity is a factor limiting performance in the 100-meter dash in the acceleration phase. Okay, in my PhD study, I used to there's this wireless EMG system. As you already know, EMG reflects action potentials of motor units generated by the muscle fibers. I believe the analyzing EMG signals for example, the onset and offset timings or the amplitude would be useful to evaluate the athlete's performance or skill in terms of neuromuscular characteristics. Okay, I'd like to introduce my research papers. In chapter 2, I recorded EMGs of RF and BF muscles in both legs during sprinting. The hypothesis was EMG timings of RF and BF would be associated with spatial temporal variables, which is sprint performances. Thus, the purpose of this study was to examine the relationship between EMG timings of RF and BF and sprint spatial temporal variables during maximal sprinting. This is the setup of my experiment. I recruited male university level sprinters. Their athletic level was equivalent of 10.56 seconds in 100-meter dash. I obtained the RF and BF muscles from both legs using Delsis EMG sensors during 30 to 50 meter section. Then I have obtained running time using timing gauge system to evaluate the running speed. And also, one panning camera was used to determine the moments of foot strike and foot off timing from the side of the running track. I also evaluated the step frequency and step length during this section, 30 to 50 meter section. Okay, this slide shows EMG waveforms in 2 consecutive gait cycles. The blue line shows BF activities in ipsilateral leg. The BF activated during the ground contact and late swing phase because it's a hip extensor. On the other hand, please show the RF, the red one. The RF activated during early to mid swing phase because of it's a hip flexor. So during one gait cycle, RF and BF activities switches twice, like this. Then, so I defined the time length of 2 muscle EMG onset and offset timings as a switch. The switch one is time duration between IBF offset to IRF onset. Similarly, the switch 2 is time duration between IRF offset to IBF onset timing. Okay, please show this video again. The two muscles RF and BF has activated the like a scissors-like motion before the ground contact, like this. So, as I explained to you, the inter-type coordination would be important in sprinting. This slide shows the definition of the scissors. Please see the EMGs bearing RF of the IRF, red one, and the contralateral BF, the green signal. As you can see, these muscle activities were overlapped here. However, there is time difference between two muscles. So I defined these time difference as a scissors. Scissors 1 is time duration between GBF onset to IRF onset here. Similarly, the scissors 2 is time duration between IRF offset to GBF offset. The shorter duration of scissors means the time difference are small between two time muscles. Okay, here is a definition of offset and onset timings of EMGs. First, I applied bandpass filter to low EMG signal. Second, I applied TKEO filter to determine the onset or offset timings of EMGs. As shown in the figure, I evaluated onset and offset timings of RF and BF. The TKO filter is one of the good methods to determine the EMG thresholds. Finally, I applied a 20 Hz low-pass filter to obtain linear envelope of waveforms of EMGs. Okay, let's look at results. This figure shows the timing of muscle activity during one gait cycle. The top figure shows the average timing of muscle activity for the 18 subjects, and the bottom figure shows the individual timings for each subject. Red is activity timing of the IRF, and the blue is the IBF, and right, the green BF, CBF, which is green as the contralateral leg BF activity. First, regarding the RF and the BF in one leg, the left figure, the BF worked for hip extension during ground contact. Then, RF started to be active from 39.5% time. It's completed its activity at 72.3% and switched to the BF activity again from 730.8% running gait cycle time. However, there were subjects who were purple at this timing, which is RF and the BF were co-contracting. Next, we will look at the activity of both legs, the scissors. The CBF was active for longer than the RF activity. RF was active from 39.5 to 72.33% of the time, while the CBF was active from 22.3 to 77.6% of the running gait cycle time. Okay, next I will talk about the correlation between the EMG timings and running speed and step frequencies. The figure above shows the mean values of onset and offset timings of muscle activity of the 18 subjects shown on the previous slide. The below figures show scatter plot of EMG timings and running speed. And the right one is step frequency. The circle indicate the onset timings, and each diamond indicates offset timings of images. For example, the red diamond is the offset timing of the reference rec RF. The results show a negative correlation between RF offset and running speed and step frequency, and a negative correlation between RF onset also found between step frequency. This means that earlier timing of RF activity was associated with higher running speed and step frequency. Next, I will look at the correlation between switch between running speed C and the step frequency, which is D, figure D. Okay, switch as the length of time to switch between BF and RF. I will show in the figure the time difference between from BF to RF in the first half of the swing phase is switch 1. Switch 2 was the time difference between from RF to BF in the second half of the swing phase. As a result, significant positive correlation was observed between switch 2 and step frequency, which means a longer switch 2 is the time to switch from RF to BF was longer. In other words, the athletes who had a greater step frequency shows clear switching between IRF and between IBF. However, lower step frequency athletes showed co-contraction of RF and BF activity. Next, we look at the correlation between scissors and running speed and step frequency. Basically, scissors is an inter-tie coordination of CBF for contact leg and IRF for swing leg. I show in the figure time duration between CBF onset to IRF onset is scissors 1. Scissors 2 is time duration between IRF offset to CBF offset. Okay. As a result, there was a significant negative correlation between scissors 1 and step frequency, and a significant positive correlation between scissors 2 and step frequency. This means that activation of the RF at an earlier timing related to the CBF is important for obtaining higher step frequency. In a previous study, sprinters have a shorter horizontal distance between both knees at ground contact and higher step frequency. So the higher step frequency is important to activate the RF related to the contralateral leg, which is a CBF activity. Okay, here's a summary of this chapter 2. Firstly, the smooth switching between RF and BF activity in the same leg is important to obtain high step frequency. Secondly, the timing of the RF activity should be earlier in relation to the activity of the contralateral BF to obtain higher step frequency. Okay, therefore, the thigh muscle is very important, which is the switch and the scissors is associated to the sprint performances. Okay, let's move to the chapter 3, another paper. Thigh muscle control in both legs at different running speed, which is jogging to maximum running speed, which is published in MSSE 2023. I said the hypothesis was EMG timing of RF and BF would be associated with changing the running speed. So purpose of the study was to investigate EMGs of RF and BF at the various running speeds. In the same experimental setup as shown in the chapter 2, subject performed to 50-meter run at 7 different subject effort scales of 20%, which is jogging level slow jogging, to 100% of maximum effort sprinting, which is a maximum speed. Subjects were instructed to run at 100% of their maximum effort, and they tried to control the running to rely on just their subjectively efforts scale. Here's the results of the running speed, step frequency, and step length. Red cycle indicates step frequency. On the other hand, the blue cycle indicates the step length. The step length reached maximal value at the maximal subject effort running, which is 80%. On the other hand, the step frequency was still increased above higher speed sprinting, which is 90% subjective efforts and 95 and 100%. Thus, athletes try to control their subject efforts by step frequency. Okay, this slide shows EMG waveforms of muscle activity at different subject effort trials. The waveforms of 100% of subjective effort, maximal effort sprint, is shown from the top, and the waveform for 20% of subjective effort, which is jogging level, is shown at the bottom. The overall trend is that the EMG amplitude and duration of muscle activity are increasing with the increasing running speed. I realized that the RF activity for swing leg was small. Here, at slower speed running, we showed 20% and 40%. However, the RF activation, the red one, was sharply increased above higher speed running, above 8 meters per second. Interestingly, the higher speed, above 9 meters per second of running, the RF activation seems to be greater. So, important point is RF would be controlling the running speed, because the RF activation will be important because repositioning the leg forward to prepare the next ground contact. Okay, this slide shows the EMG timings in the normalized time scale of the running gait cycle, which is equal the 100%. This slide is a lot of information. I'll focus on main points. Okay, the activation timings were increased for the RF activity. Yes, like the RF. Then the next slide show the EMG timings in absolute time scale, which is shown in the absolute time. Please show the RF activation. The activation timings of the RF is significantly increased in the high speed range of running. However, 20% and 40% is the duration of their activation was relatively shorter than the higher speed range of running. Okay, let me close the chapter 3 with summary. In chapter 3, we examined the timing of muscle activity when subject tried to 7 different running conditions. First, the increasing running speed was controlled by step frequency because step frequency reached maximal at 100% of subject effort trial, but step length reached maximal at 80% of subject effort trial. Okay, second, both EMG timings of RF and BF prolonged with increasing running speed. However, especially the IRF activation was sharply increased during higher step sprinting. Finally, both lengths of switch and scissors were shortened with increasing running speed. These results indicated that making it more difficult to switching between the two muscles activities during higher speed sprinting. Furthermore, intertime muscular coordination, which is scissors, also important to obtain higher speed. Okay, next, I'm going to look at time muscle control in 100-meter dash. We don't know what the mechanism of the deceleration during 100-meter dash. In this study, we look at the time muscle activity during 100-meter dash. Yes, we wanted to investigate the changes in the timing of RF and BF together with space-temporal variables showing the running speed in the maximal speed section and the acceleration section of the 100-meter dash. Previous study already demonstrated the 100-meter dash can be divided into 3 phases: acceleration, maximal section, and the acceleration phase. So the important point is the acceleration is here around the 80 to 100-meter dash section, whereas the acceleration speed is caused by a decrease of the step frequency, not step length. So I came up with this idea. The acceleration phase would be correlated with some EMG variables such as scissors, timing of the ties of the correlation between the acceleration performance. So hypothesis is EMG timings of RF and BF would be different between maximal versus the acceleration phase of 100-meter dash. So purpose of study was to compare the EMG timings of RF and BF between maximal versus the acceleration phase of 100-meter dash. I'd like to go over the methods. We recruited 9 male university sprinters. Their athletic level was 10.52 in average, 10.52 seconds in the 100-meter dash. Subject performed 100-meter dash with a maximal effort from the starting blocks. Then we recorded EMGs from RF and BF using a portable wireless EMG data logger device, which is they attach the data logger their lower back. Then I defined maximum speed phase during 50 to 70 meter, and the acceleration phase was last 20 meter section. We could have recorded from the EMGs very clearly. Please see the low EMGs in the first subject who recorded 10.80 seconds in my experiment. As you observed, blue and RF, blue and red, which is BF and RF, is activating and which is switching the agonist and antagonist muscles. Also, the RF and the CBF, which is the scissors, the two muscles is overlapping, which is same timing activation was observed. Then I analyzed two phases of the spatial-temporal variables and the EMG timings of those muscles, including the scissors variables of scissors. Okay, this slide shows spatial-temporal variables between maximal phase and the acceleration phase. The recorded 100-meter time was 11.12 seconds in average. The range of the 100-meter dash time was 10.8 to 11.54 seconds. The figure shows RS, which is running speed, the step frequency, and the step length every 10 meter. All subjects reached maximal speed during 50 to 70 meter section. In fact, they cannot maintain running speed. Their running speed started decreased to finish. We observed that RS and the step frequency was significantly decreased in the acceleration phase with a large effect size. On the other hand, the step length significantly increased in the acceleration phase. Therefore, the acceleration factor was occurred to be decreasing step frequency. Okay, I'll just run through the main results. For the spatial-temporal variables, step frequency and step running speed were decreased in the acceleration phase. For the EMG variables, IRF onset, IRF offset, and CBF offsets shifted to later in the running cycle in the acceleration phase, shown in the figure. Furthermore, the scissors 1 was prolonged than the acceleration phase. By scissors 1, I mean the time difference between IRF onset for swing leg and CBF onset for the contractor leg. Okay, the main points are as follows. The first three EMG timings were shifted to later in the running cycle. The secondary, the scissors 1, the inter-thigh muscle coordination was changed in the acceleration phase. Therefore, we think that the recovery mechanics was distributed in the acceleration phase, and it would be influenced the step frequency. So the thigh muscle is one of the factors limiting 100-meter performance. Here is a summary of this paper. Firstly, yes, the smooth switching between RF and BF activity in the same leg is important to obtain a higher step frequency. Second one, the timing of the RF activity should be earlier in relation to the activity of contralateral BF activity to obtain higher step frequency, and it's also associated with the acceleration performances in the 100-meter dash. So, athlete coaches, we should consider not only muscle activity timing in one leg, but also the coordination between both legs to improve sprint techniques at maximal sprinting. Okay, let's move to the other researches conducted in the National Youth Sports Institute in Singapore in 2023. The title was Development of the Sprint Training Program based on the neuromuscular control. I obtained the EMG data in youth athletes in NYSI athletes and compare the EMG variables in Japanese university level sprinters, which is adult sprinters, senior sprinters. So the child, adult, this is the structure and neural differences, adult vs youth. As you know, the youth category is under developing phase of structure, for example, body height, muscle volume. The youth have lower size, normalized maximal voluntary force, speed, and power than the adults. Okay, so the youth and the adult kinetics cannot be explained by only structural differences, because the youth's lower utilization of type 2 motor units, neuromuscular factor. The recent study also interesting study was published in Nature Communication. The muscle synergy approach in learning movement was analyzed. The synergy margin patterns correlate with the enhanced or reduced running efficiency in elite distance runners. However, there is no study in adults and youth athletes compared some EMG variables and the neural mechanics during sprinting. So the neuromuscular plasticity enhanced by long-term specific training was occurred during elite level sprinters compared to the youth athletes. In this study, I have set the simple research question whether the lower limb muscle is neuromuscular characteristic during sprint running among youth and athletes was observed or not. So this is the concept of the senior athletes or university and the youth athletes in NYSI and the Singapore Sports School. First one is, does EMG activation patterns are same or not between senior and youth athletes during sprinting? This is the first question. Today I show you the only first one question from the next slide. This is the experimental setup in Singapore Sports School. Subject attached the EMG sensors of both legs and the sprinting with various running speed, jogging to maximum sprinting. Then I calculated the running speed and the frequencies and the step lengths. EMG data recorded right lower limb muscles like this. Adult sprinter in Waseda University was 10.56 seconds of the 100-meter dash. On the other hand, youth athletes is still developing phases, so their 100-meter dash score point was equivalent about 12.07 seconds in 100-meter dash. Also, of course, the body height, body mass, which is muscle structure, was significantly greater in Waseda University sprinters. Okay. Here is the experimental setup. The first one is maximal voluntary isometric contraction test with 5 seconds by 3 times to evaluate normalize the EMG activation amplitude using these MVC values. The second, sprinters subjects run with 7 different subject efforts running. It's shown in the previous chapter 3. Yes. Same protocol was used to obtain the EMG data and running space-temporal variables. Yes. Okay, let's move to the results section. The space-temporal variables during 100-meter sprint was, yes, of course, the adult sprinters have greater sprint performance than youth athletes with all variables: speed, step frequency, step length, flight time, and contact time. Yeah, this ground contact time and the flight time were significantly shorter than the adult sprinters than youth athletes. Yes. Okay, this is the low EMG waveforms during maximal effort sprinting of the 8 lower limb muscles. I recorded clearly all EMG variables. Okay, this is the definition of the running gait cycle. Black indicates the ground contact time with the right leg. So I divided into running gaits in four phases: contact phase, early swing phase, mid swing phase, and late swing phases of both feet of the moment of ground contact or flight timing of both legs. This is low EMG forms of RF and BF activity. I analyzed the root mean square value, which is equivalent I integral muscle activation during the 4 phases in 1, 2, 3, 4 phases. Then normalized by maximal voluntary contraction values, which is percent MVIC. Oh, this is a brief results of the muscle activation levels during maximal Gmax. Interestingly, Gmax are significantly greater in youth athletes than adult athletes. The Gmax site is well developed in sprint runners, elite sprinters. Then the Gmax works for rapid leg movements to increase step frequency during the late swing phase in high-speed sprinting. However, this value is larger in youth, so it may be a kickback is too much in youth athletes because a Gmax is a hip extensor, so too much back kick is one of the risk factor of the injury of the muscle injuries was reported in this paper. So the recommended of pattern of Gmax was differ between adults and youth. So sprinter optimize the kickback motion due to the specific training in adults. Number 2, both hamstring muscles were significantly greater in sprinters. So major role of hamstring is horizontal force production during the late swing phase to ground contact phase. So sprinters' specific hip extensor theory was observed in this study. Number 3, the recruitment pattern of RF and TA was also observed in youth athlete, adult athletes. So you, as already mentioned above, the mechanical work done by RF activation was increasing in the very high speed sprinting. So the high speed sprint to obtain higher step frequency was important to RF activation more. So that's why the adults were shown in the higher activation and this mid swing phase and the early swing phase to mid swing phases. Also, the tibial anterior significantly higher activation was observed in adults, which is maybe explained by the reducing moment of inertia of lower limb to keep the ankle the plantar flexor to reduce this moment. So muscle coordination of thigh and shank muscle is specific in sprinters. Okay, let's close my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I want to some discussion with participants. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kakehata, for that fascinating presentation. We now open the floor for questions. I would like to kindly remind all participants who wish to ask Dr. Kakehata, please type your question in the chat box, or you may also click the raise hand button, and you may ask your question directly to Dr. Kakehata. Okay, while we're waiting for any participants to ask, maybe I can ask
Yes.
you my own questions. Okay, because I'm a dietitian and I have very limited knowledge on sport science, so I'm just curious whether do you have any insights on how nutritional intake might influence performance, particularly during sprint running?
Oh, thank you for your question. Yes, I analyzed in only the track and field sprinters, but I believe that there's some other specific neuromuscular adaptation in the, for example, football, the baseball, the other sports, the task specific training adaptation will be observed, I think. But I've never compared such other sports specific adaptation between the sprint runners and the other sports events.
Okay, thank you so much. And now we have another question from our participants. It's from Kama Talib. Could thigh muscle profiles act as a predictor for balance disruption risk? And how can future models validate this for aquatic sport science and maritime occupational training? That is the first question. And the second question is, does dehydration increase muscle tension severity? And how significantly does this affect balance retention performance for both aquatic athletes and maritime employees?
Okay, so first question is here.
Yes, it's on the chat box also. So the first question is, could thigh muscle profiles act
Yeah.
as a predictor for balance disruption risk?
Oh,
And how can
yeah.
Yep. Do you get it?
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Question. Yes, I believe the co-contraction variable during the sprint running is one of the risk factor of the injury, because during the rate swing phase of sprinting, hip RF activation should be finished, because the BF activation is BF activity is started during these phases. So the ability to switching between the agonist and the antagonist muscle activity is important to rapid movement and in the running movements, but also the other sports like swimming and canoes and cycling. This is a common ability to accomplish the greater high performance, I think. But I never observed the co-contraction athletes is the higher risk of the injury, as I cannot show some data. Oh, this is just the cross-sectional data. So I want to collect the long-term data collection during the running performances, and such as the co-contraction variables is linked or not in the future.
What about the second question, maybe?
Question, please.
Yeah. Does dehydration increase muscle tension severity? And how significantly does this affect balance retention performance for both aquatic athletes and maritime employees?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is a good question. Yeah, I've never obtained like physiological or performances such as muscle tension, and yeah, during this experiment. But yeah, co-contractions is a very variety of factors. I think the one with the like neuromuscular excitation and inhibition, and yeah, but I never know the specific mechanism of the definition includes mass tension safety. So sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kakuhata, for the answers. And now we are inviting participants to ask questions directly by
Yes.
turning on your raise hand button, and we will invite you to directly interact with Dr. Gaku Kakehata.
Morning, Dr. Goku, Dr. Kakehata.
Morning.
Okay, as we are here in University of Malaysia Terengganu, we have a new knowledge about sport aquatics. We now moving on sport aquatic in sport science. We have mix the knowledge in terms of maritime and sport science. This is a new knowledge. I think we are the first in Malaysia and also in Asia that have a sport aquatic program. So I think we should do more on in terms of water competition, not only the in terms of 100 meter. I think in this part, maybe we can do more on about sport aquatic nutrient. How and we must research in balancing, because in aquatic competition we do more face the wave, not the for balancings. If we are not balancing our body, then we fail to win the game. That's the rate, because we face the wave and the others part of maritime situation. So I just suggest that we can go in the new element of balancings. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Kamatalib. So, Dr. Kakehata, do you have any comments?
Yes, I really enjoyed the Q&A in this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kakuhata, and thank you everyone for your questions. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Kakehata. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Before we move forward to our third speaker, I would like to kindly remind all participants to record your attendance through the link provided in the chat box in order to receive your certificate of participation. Our final keynote speaker of this morning session is Dr. Mirza Hapsari Sakti Titis Penggali. She is a dietitian and senior lecturer at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Dr. Mirza is a leading expert in sport nutrition in Indonesia. She was my teacher, so I am really excited to have her joining us today. Today, she will share about the future of Indonesian nutritionists and dietitians in improving community fitness and national athlete performance for Indonesia Emas 2045. Now, let us welcome our speaker, Dr. Mirza Hapsari Sakti Titis Penggali from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Good morning, Dr. Mirza.
Good morning. Is it Mbak Dina?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Thank you for recognizing
Hello, how are
me.
you? Yes, sure.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, we're very pleased to have you here. And you may begin your presentation now. The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Dina. Does my sound good?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Okay, I sent a request to share the screen.
Okay, we will help you.
Okay.
Please wait a moment while we're preparing.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still going on. Okay. It's really nice to have you here, Dr. Mirza. I hope that I can learn more things about sports nutrition from you today.
Okay. I wish I will share the best as I can.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I
Wait,
think,
let me prepare
yeah,
first.
it's processing now. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to confirm, do you, okay. All right. Are
Okay.
you ready, Dr. Mirza?
Yes, sure. Okay.
Okay, you may start.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor for me to give speech and share the ideas here in the very big and excellent program, I think. First annual Sport and Exercise Research Conference 2025, NUTRIMOVE, okay, by UNESA. Big appreciation to Dr. Doni as the Chief Executive of Sport and Exercise Research Center, and also all the team for arranging this event. And today I will deliver the topic about the future of Indonesian nutritionists and dietitians in improving community fitness and national athlete for Indonesia Emas 2045. I will deliver three subtopics. The first one is developing sport nutrition excellence. We're talking about the competency, specialization, and professional standards. And the second, we will discuss about integrating nutritionists into high performance sport ecosystems and athlete development pathways. And the last, we will discuss about ensuring safe supplementation, anti-doping integrity, and ethical accountability in sport nutrition practice. Okay, we start in the session one. Let's reread again about the definition of sport science. This is an interdisciplinary field that applies scientific principles to understand and improve athletic performance. Not only in athletic performance, but also in exercise and physical activity. And sport nutrition, one of the key areas as a science to support athlete performance. And since the sport nutrition become one of the key areas, it should be positioned as a cross-program foundation that bridge the promotion of sport in society, in the development of achievement through integrated policies. And of course, the development of a supporting ecosystem, personnel, funding, governance, and applied research that links public health with athletic performance. So the fundamental concept of sport nutrition are primary objective to 4 points. There are meeting energy and nutrient requirement according to training intensity. And the second one is enhancing recovery and training adaptation. The third one is optimizing nutritional status for long-term health. And the last one is about preventing injury and fatigue. So having a mission to bring the community fitness at the good level, so that's in athlete performance, there are some keys, basic principle of sport nutrition should be focusing and advocating to the community, such as maintain a healthy weight through energy balance, and then increase productivity since good nutritional status support cognitive and physical function. And the third is reduce the risk of chronic diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, through a combination of a balanced diet and physical activity. So that's in the for athlete performance. In the athlete performance, some principles that we will apply in the community also applied in athletic performance, but there are some adjustments, such as higher energy and protein intake, more precise timing in pre-event, in competition, recovery, also focus on nutritional periodization following the training or competition cycles, and also safe management of sport nutrition and supplements to avoid doping. To bring the basic concept into daily practice at the community and athletes, some professional from sport personnel staff need to be hired. They should work under ethic, legal permit, and protect by the law and regulation. In sport nutrition area, they should be handled by a registered dietitian or registered nutritionist in sport and human performance nutrition. There are several types or level of competency as a registered dietitian or registered nutritionist working in the area of sport and human performance nutrition. The 3 level consists of a competent level. This entry point for newly credentialed FDNs, and typically work with recreational athletes or individuals pursuing general fitness and health goals, and also focus on applying foundational knowledge and the following established guidelines. And the second competency is a proficient level. The proficient level involves working with competitive or professional athletes whose performance has a financial or occupational implication. And The second is requires deeper clinical reasoning, specialized knowledge, and adaptability to complex athletic demands. And the highest level of the standard practice and standard competency for the registered dietitian or nutritionist, our expert level, is characterized by mastery, innovation, and leadership in advancing sport and a human performance practice. It also often involves mentoring others, the young registered dietitian nutritionist working in sport and human performance nutrition, also contribute to the research and also guiding ethical practice standard. The three level of competency also will lead the person or a registered dietitian's place in different scope of work area. For example, at the competent level, they can work with athlete or professional who participate in sport for leisure and are not compensated, or we can call it recreational athlete. Also participate in training to enhance health and performance level related to work tasks. And at the proficient level, they can work with athletes or professional who must meet minimum qualification, or typically they have a ranking to compete, or competitive athletes, and must meet minimum performance standards to receive occupational compensation or stipend. At the expert level, in addition to working with athletes, professional as described in competent or in proficient level, they also works with organization who provide education and service to athlete or professional. Also conduct research, developing products, develop policies and protocol, also monitor program quality and compliance. And the skill development in three levels are also have different focus. In competent level, the expanding knowledge, including the basic exercise physiology, training predication, and adaptation principles. Also metabolism relative to exercise intensity, duration, modality, and sport or occupational specific organization culture. And the provision focus on developing and expanding skills in program development that support a comprehensive HP nutrition concept. Also have a leadership and mentoring. The expert focus on integration of SHP nutrition into interprofessional team and organization, mentor RD and SHP, educate and consult with other SHP professionals. The knowledge, ability, and experience also has a different focus on these three levels. Yeah. At the competent level, knowledge of exercise metabolism and basic of SHP nutrition, and then able to apply the basic principle to athlete or professional, and have 1 until 3 years experience with individual participating in a recreational sport. At the proficient level, the competent plus a knowledge of level of athlete professional and sport or occupational subtleties and cultural performance, and also the ability to forecast our interconnecting factors and modify recommendation according maybe of the body composition to performance to muscle development and another thing as an indicator of performance. The profession level should have 3 until 5 years experience working with athletes, organization, or interprofessional performance enhancement teams. And the last, at the expert level, ensure the knowledge and ability to apply also the leadership principle to directing interprofessional teams, negotiating, conducting research or mentoring. And they have a 5 or more years experience working with athletes, professional, organization, and interprofessional performance enhancement. The continuing education for the dietitian or nutritionist working in SHP should have a certified additional certification in the international countries such as Australia, British, or England and America. The certified body is the organization or profession organization, which is in Indonesia, it's called ISNA, but in Indonesia has a different scheme. Since all the certification, since all the, we call it STR, should be issued by the Ministry of Health and under the council. So it is a big challenge for the ISNA to issue the certified for the sport dietitian. But actually in international, they provide a reference to do the same thing for the specialization for the dietitian or nutritionist working in a sport with the additional certification as a sport dietitian. But we still keep having communication with the Ministry of Youth and Sport to previously the Ministry Youth of Sport have Besang. This organization is the same of PNSP, who can help the ministry to issue the certification to all the sport personnel staff working under the ministry, having this the STR, but the license. But we still have a lot of thing to discuss, a lot of thing to do until one day it will be it will be a great opportunity to us to open the certification under the Ministry of Youth and Sport. So all the dietitians who work with athletes have additional certification as a sport dietitian. Okay. So as a sport dietitian or nutritionist, when he or they will work in SHP, they should work with the comprehensive approach as a figure out in this slide. They should work from proactive to reactive for prevention, such as how to prevent in community rising the chronic or the non-communicable disease, enhancing the immune system, and as in the active comprehensive approach, how they can have the event fueling better, post-event recovery, talk-specific body composition, and the cognitive performance as to the environment preparedness when the athlete has to have a competition abroad or maybe in another regional. They should have an adaptation process. So this is how the dietitian or nutritionist should take part also. And at the reactive, or we can call it as a rehabilitation, how the dietitian will face the illness or injury recovery in athlete, also support of long-term health condition. So why this matter? Why sport nutritionist or sport dietitian is important? Because evidence-based guidelines from international sport and nutrition bodies exist. IOC has a consensus statement on sport nutrition. Also, the ACSM, American College of Sport Medicine, having a position stand about nutrition and athlete performance. And also, the International Society of Sport Nutrition has also have a position stand about the sport nutrition position in nutrition timing. So, with the readiness of sport dietitian and nutritionists in Indonesia, also back up with a very strong evidence in science. The next challenge is to integrating nutritionists or dietitian into high performance sport ecosystem and athlete development pathways. The complex interplay between the dietary practice, body composition, and sport performance recently are very challenging for dietitian or nutritionists in working with other sporting personnel or even coach. Because the real problem is the process. The process need adaptation, tailored dietary intervention as a cornerstone for optimizing performance outcomes, and then highlighting the significance of personalization in nutrition planning. And all of this tailoring nutrition, tailoring dietary intervention tend to takes a lot of time to prove that the dietary intervention have impact in the athlete performance. They tend to having a shortcut pathways or even decide not to work with dietitian since they feel that this only about food. As long as the athletes is feeding enough, they can have a good performance. This mindset are very difficult to to fix, yeah, among the coach or even in athletes, because changing the habit and also having the impact on the change of body composition, also in the performance outcome, it's need time and passion. So, so this is the challenge. It happened, but what we must, but we have to have a lot of energy and encouragement them, because since the data said that the body composition and can can succeed the expected body composition if the dietary or the daily diet program also have in the same direction with the performance. So once again, changing the behavior, educate them with the new knowledge is not easy in Indonesia. So this is our big challenge, but I still believe that one day they will find us. They will trust us that they really need us to work with them. Okay. This slide also to summarize what usually me myself as a sport dietitian giving treatment to my athlete. To optimizing the performance, everyone can read by themselves about the nutrition, since it's widely open to studies. And after read, they can apply it, what they read, to the athletes and give all the menus or even the suggestion on the figure to athletes. or even none at all. Yeah. As long as they train, they will get the performance, but we must understand that attachment, giving the athlete with all this menu still need personalized nutrition. Sometimes they need creatine, but sometimes people don't need creatine. Sometimes they need whey protein, but sometimes actually they don't need whey protein. So this personalization need the competency of a dietitian and nutritionist. Okay. So I will continue the explanation about the need of nutritionist and dietitian in terms of the Indonesian policy. Within the broader framework of national sport development, the Ministry of Youth and Sport has two primary mandates: the development of competitive or high performance sport and the cultivation of sport-oriented culture. And the cultivation of sport is coordinated by the Deputy for Sport Culture, under which the Assistant Deputy for Educational Sport and the Assistant Deputy for Community Sport operate. And both entities play a strategic role in fostering an active lifestyle from an early age within educational setting and in expanding opportunities for physical activity among the general population. This cultivation effort are aligned with modern public health approach that emphasize prevention through healthy and active living. The integration of physical activity and balanced nutrition is critical factor in preventing obesity, stunting, diabetes, and hypertension, as well as in enhancing overall national productivity. So, the sport development design in Indonesia by the Ministry of Youth and Sport also regulate the competition event at the all stage of coaching for competitive athletes. They also develop the regulation for parameter testing for all stage group of coaching. So this desain besar olahraga nasional actually designed to promote healthy life in community public with the rise of the fitness level at the community, and also to promote the burn of the high athlete performance. Well, they not only concern in the elite level, but also how to selecting potential athlete from the very grassroots, from festival event until competitive single, multi, or even national or international level. Okay, so based on this DBON, me as a lecturer, also as an expert in sport nutrition and dietitian, working together with the Ministry of Youth and Sport to developing the regulation in 2019. In 2019, we developed the regulation. We feeding the academic paper for Kemenpora to place the nutritionist and dietitian in sport industry. Several research policy, we done several research policy, And I will share this journey to all the audience. And the first study, we start with strategic policy analysis of nutritionists. We done a document review, and it was conducted on egg regulation using a qualitative approach. And the analysis specifically examined the implementation of Law Number 3 of 2005, Article 6.63, to identify potential barriers and opportunities for the planned placement of nutritionists within various sports school and athlete development centers. And the I regulation review comprised of one law, one presidential decree, and 6 regulation. All policy documents were then scrutinized to identify critical provisions, which were further examined through explanatory description, in-depth, clause-by-clause analysis, formulation, or recommendation, and develop practical actionable policy output. We've done these research and published at Journal Keolahragaan at 2021. And we share the policy recommendation and the relevant stakeholders. We should take part of this recommendation, such as the various ministry in Indonesia, starting from issuing operational policies regarding the placement of nutritionists in athlete training centers, and then issuing and disseminating a coordination and governance framework among sport-related personnel, and then implementing pilot program for the placement of nutritionists within selected training environment, and formulating, implementing, evaluating, establishing standard of competencies and nutritional support protocol for athletes in collaborating with universities offering nutrition education and authorized standards bodies. And all of this recommendation has been shared, and along with this journey, finally in 2022, Undang-Undang number 11 about keolahragaan at pasal 69 mention about the sport personnel include various provision that support sport, including health workers. And nutritionists and dietitians are included in the category of health workers. And also peraturan pemerintah nomor 46 tahun 2000 physiotherapists and mentioned. So once again, nutritionist mentioned in peraturan, and this is also our best deployment of the policy in Indonesia for placing the nutritionist and dietitian in sport area. And also Permenpora number 14, pasal 37, mentioned that sport nutrition also as a key element in the creating sport ecosystem. So, and we also follow the research with exploring sports science implementation in Indonesia youth athlete training centers. We done a consolidated framework of implementation research-based thematic analysis. It consists of a biomechanic expert, physiotherapist expert, and sport physiologist expert. And also we done it under the SLOM PN, the National Potential Youth Sport Training Centers. And from this research, we found several challenges actually. Although all the centers place the sport scientists in the field of SLOM PM, but they still face many challenges of the implementation their science, such as a limited time, and then inadequate infrastructure, shortage of skilled staff, and reliance and international bodies also have a challenge. So after this research, we in the field of sport, nutrition, and dietitian, I follow up this research with another another develop a guidance to dietitian and nutritionists working in a sport area. It includes roles such as how they can interpreting test results, assessing nutritional needs, counseling and education, also collaborating and integration with other sport performance staff. And also, we developed the nutrition management flow chart service in athletes. And this nutritional management process for athletes at training centers include assessment process, nutritional diagnosis, intervention or diet intervention, monitoring and evaluation. And the nutrition intervention itself in athlete includes educational and counseling as well as meal planning. So with this chart, hopefully can help the nutritionist or dietitian what they should do and what they should work between or in the area of the sport training center. We also have a standard operating procedure for athlete nutrition management. And they have the aim of this activity and the procedure, also the tools or the document that the nutrition or dietitian must be provide before their work, and make sure all the works is aligned with the SOP or the standard operating procedures. In food service management, it is also an important part of a best meal program in athletes. In consists from assessing the nutrition need of athlete, developing menu, and then planning the food supplies, fix the food costs, food purchasing, food storage, and then food production, food distribution, and portioning. It also need an important part of dietitian and nutritionist to ensure that every athletes get their personalized portion according to their sport and periodization. And after all the tools for the nutritionist or dietitian work ready, we follow up the piloting project. We done the implementation research study. We conduct the placement to dietitian or nutritionist working in the site of sports center under the Ministry of Youth and Sport in Indonesia. We have 5 sites in Aceh, Jakarta, Makassar, Jogja, and then I forgot. But should be one place, should be one another city again, but I forgot. Yeah, we have 5 places, and then we done the implementation of NCP. 3 months. The duration is 3 months. We giving them a nutritional education, individual counseling, intake the monitoring the intake, and then nutrition and performance outcome evaluation. And the result is very fantastic. The significant improvement happened in athletes' nutritional knowledge, body composition, skin fold thickness, and aerobic performance. At the macronutrient, our protein and fat intake were already adequate. There was no significant change in the amount consumed. It means that even in total not meet up with the need of the athlete with the exercise energy expenditure, but when we at least try to manipulate the protein and the fat intake, it also have a significant impact in athlete. So building the good menu, choosing the best of cook production have the significant impact in athlete performance. Even the total of number, the energy need not meets the energy expenditure of the athletes, but as long as at least when we fix the menu and also fix the technique of cooking process, it also have an impact on the body composition and also with the performance outcome. Okay. After we've done the pilot project, we also discuss the perspective of the Ministry of Youth and Sport as policy stakeholder, and one of our respondent at the study is our deputy, Bapak Surono, and that's why he very concerned about nutrition and dietitian in the placement of them in all of the place in Indonesia, because he is one of our respondent in this study. So he knows very well how the nutritionist or the dietitian should work in the field of a sport. And the follow-up from this research, we also found that the the policymaker actually very well known about the need of good nutrition in athlete, but they don't know how to deal with this. So thanks God, we connecting each other and filling the gap between the need and how to deal with the with delivering a good nutrition in athletes with the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and right now the awareness is rise, and a lot of training center hiring the nutritionist and dietitian. And not only in the policymaker, we also follow up the perspective from the coaches and athletes. Based on this study, we conclude that they really need us to conducting a routine assessment of athlete, especially in the young athlete at the physical growth development. And then providing nutrition education to athlete, coaches, and other sport personnel, managing nutritional requirement in accordance with the sport training periodization, and implementing nutrition-related food service management for athletes. So those work as a nutritionist or dietitian, yeah, actually complete. The study is complete. And right now, we just need the commitment to all the stakeholders who work in the sport to work with nutritionists and dietitian. We've done with the Ministry Youth of Sport that the fact in Indonesia, based on the biannual monitoring and evaluation in National Talent Development Training Centers. Previously, we call it PPLP, but now they changed the name into SPOTNAS, National Talent Developing Training Centers. We found that the availability of nutritionist or dietitian in SPOTNAS show that 25 provinces have a nutritionist and dietitian, but there are still 9 provinces that not provide. They don't have a nutritionist or dietitian in their spotness. Yes, you can read where who what province that don't have a nutritionist or dietitian. Even in my city also, Yogyakarta, they don't have a nutritionist or dietitian in the spotnas, in their spotnas. So if we take a look again in the distribution of nutrition professionals, we found that number of nutritionists or dietitian are 1 until 4 each side. DKI Jakarta has 4 nutritionists and dietitian. But they have 400 athletes. So this is not ideal ratio between the nutritionist and dietitian. The ideal ratio is 1 per 25 or 30 athletes each side. So if you have 400, you should hire or collaborating with the hospital or even with the university. But sometimes some place not hiring the nutritionist or a dietitian. They place the medical doctor to handling nutrition in that side. So it can be very different competency. Even everyone can study nutrition, but it's not, what is it? It's not automatically they become a nutritionist or dietitian. We have a very different backbone of structure curriculum when we learn about the nutrition in the dietetic or nutrition level, and or those who take the nutrition science from from the different background profession. So this is the fact in Indonesia. And the academic qualification also widely diverse, from diploma, bachelor, until doctoral degree. And only 18 nutritionists or dietitian receive additional certification in sport nutrition from the Ministry of Youth and Sport or from our organization, ISNA. We are conducting sporty fitness. So we still have a lot of to do. We still have a lot of homework to, to upgrade the skill of our nutritionist and dietitian who work at the sport area. Okay, and this is some picture and documentation activity between Kemenpora and ISNA when we conduct the additional certification in sport nutrition. And okay, we come to the last part of our discussion today. Our last topic is about ensuring self-supplementation, anti-doping integrity, and ethical accountability in sport nutrition practice. Why this manner? Because the using of supplements in athletes are unavoidable. Common reason given by athletes for the use of supplements are very diverse. from the effect or direct performance benefits, and then health benefits, and even advice from others, such as from coach, fellows, parents, or promotion by sellers, and other reasons. Many of our elite athletes become the brand ambassador of some product. So this is quite challenging for nutritionists and dietitians to control the kind of approach in the business of sport industry. So when we having this challenge, what should we do? As a dietitian who has a responsibility to prescribing the good supplement in athletes, I think it's mandatory for them to make a good decision about the use of supplement. There are a guidance to make this decision, starting from athlete evaluation, why they want to use this supplement, what they expected, and what is the motivational factors. And then we can move professional evaluation. We should does the screening, to check does there any deficiencies, or maybe other medical issues, or maybe supplement it's very necessary to them, or maybe other nutritional aspect optimized. After it passes, yeah, we follow with the product evaluation. What product we should should prescribe to them? Yeah, we should have a very scientific based decision, scientific rationale for use, evidence based protocol, and then interference with other supplements. And we have to consider acute and long-term side effect. If it passes, then we have the next step. We can continue to the next step with the risk evaluation. Is it laboratory tested for banned substance according to WADA list? If it passes again, then we can move to the practical evaluation. What about the protocol? What about the testing? How to use? When to use? And we have to tailoring for maximal effect on performance in each athlete. Remember that every athlete must have a different response. They have a different response in terms of the use of ergogenic aids or other supplements. At the last, we have an overall evaluation. If the supplement has an effect on the performance, we can continue the use of this product. But if the benefit doesn't exist, we should stop the use of the product. So this decision-making flowchart should be known by all the nutritionists and dietitian, and should be shared to the coach, also to the athlete. So that's the same thinking can help each other having the same goal at the same page of the performance goals. Okay. And the next issues about the supplements, the funding showed us that many dietary supplements has a high risk with doping contamination. It also called foodborne doping. Yeah. Why it happened? Because some protein product breathe with high growth hormone also can influence and detect as substance in human body through food intake, not only in the supplement, but also in the food intake. So this awareness also has to widely spread between a nutritionist, dietitian, and also athlete, and also the coach, because food purchasing is very important to select the good distributor of meat product, dairy meat product, and then all the protein, animal protein product, because once we choose the wrong distributor, so we have a contribution to turn the athlete into a doping failure. Yeah, so this is very careful, because in Indonesia we have a lot of unggas, all the meat, breeding with the highest growth hormone. Okay. The foodborne doping can be divided into natural, endogenous, and artificial added foods according to the source. As I mentioned before, including anabolic agents, stimulant, diuretics, beta blockers, beta agonists, and others. In order to control foodborne doping, actually we can use a lot of methodology with chromatographic, technique immunoassay, and then nuclear magnetic resonance, biosensor technology, and then spectroscopy. Yeah, we have a lot of method, comprehensive analysis, and electrochemical analysis have usually used as analytic and inspection strategies. So once again, we have very be careful when we supervising the athletes in terms of the food choice, because in the food intake we also can get what we call with foodborne doping.
Excuse me, Dr. Mirza.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you. Unfortunately, we only have 1 minute left to conclude your
Okay.
presentation. Yeah.
We only left 3 slides more.
All
Okay.
right. Okay. So you may continue.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dina. Okay. Some processed food also should be paid attention, such as functional drinks, coffee, chocolate, and cola, which generally contain a caffeine. Although caffeine has removed from the 2004 prohibited list, it is still a substance in the WADA monitoring procedure. So, foodborne doping violation of athletes are mainly due to the consumption of food containing prohibited substance, the ingestion of adulterated or contaminated foods, or the lack of adequate understanding of the doping prohibited list from WADA, especially the annual revised list. So, the role comprehensive education in anti-doping is a must, policy, legitimacy, and support among clean athletes. And right now, IADO has a presi. They have a responsibility to educate the athletes and also all the stakeholders in athlete. And hopefully through this presi, we can help athletes to avoid the doping violation. When they, also all the teams, so they really can free with the doping issue. Well, I think this is my presentation. Thank you very much. I'll bring back the time to the moderator, Mbak Tina. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Mirza, for the eye-opening presentation. In summary, nutrition is a key factor in enhancing athlete performance, which underscores the need to integrate nutritionists and dietitian into the sports ecosystem. We now proceed to the Q&A session. For any participants, please send your questions to the chat box, or you may also raise your hand and ask your question directly to Dr. Mirza. Okay, maybe while waiting for the other participants, I would like to ask my question, Dr. Mirza. So you mentioned
Okay.
that one challenge to include nutrition professionals in sport ecosystem was to change the mindset or perspective on sports nutrition. And do you have any suggestion for nutritionists and dietitian on how to be confident and convince other people that already been in this ecosystem that we have crucial role in this field?
Okay, the confidence should be followed by the data. If we only come in the training center and giving an advice, giving education without proving any data, it will very weak for us to have a big engagement or maybe a trusted nutritional dietitian among them. When we have the data, what is the data? It means that we have to living with them. We have to really control the eat, and we have to really control the progress of the body composition. And at the certain time, usually we have around 3 months after we follow up the progress, we should have one table discussion with the high performance analysis with the coach and other coach to discuss the progress. Since this, we have to bring our data to them and we share the data to them. And when the data said very well about the progress and the performance outcome, it will easily to change. It will easily to educate them what they really need and what they have to, what is it? They have to follow all the instruction, follow the rules by the dietitian every day. So it's not only how dietitian work, but also they need the good environment. Supporting by other sport personnel also has a significant parameter to nutritionists and dietitian work successfully in the field of sport dietitian. So if I have to mention again, I have to highlight that the ability for us to having a nutritional status and it is continuously data and compare and analyze this with the another outcome which is data performance. It can help us to build more confidence in front of all the sport personnel staff and also the athletes, because we can show them that here we go, diet will help you to get the best performance every month. And then when they want to get the international multi-event, we can have a prediction. Oh, I know, she will win when she get the body composition for the fat mass at this level. If right now she will compete with the 20% off body fat, I doubt if she have a gold medals. Nah, this is something very strong. Data is very strong, and with data, we'll build the confidence and build the trust from belief and trust from other professional, and then we can work in that in environments of very what is it very good, very good and very professional. I think that's the key point.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Thank you so much for your suggestion. And we would like to invite other participants to raise your hand and directly ask your question to Dr. Mirza. Okay, so I think there is no other participants who are willing to ask. So we can conclude this session. Thank you, Dr. Mirza, and thank you to everyone who have participated in this session. And thank you so much once again, Dr. Mirza, for joining us today. And I hope that you have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dina.
Yeah, see you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our keynote session for this morning session. On behalf of the organizing committees, I would like to thank all our speakers and all participants who have joined us, and we hope that today's insight will inspire further collaboration, innovation, and advancement in health, sports science, and nutrition. Thank you, and now I will return the session to our Master of Ceremony, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nabila Ershaudina, MS Dietitian, for guiding such an insightful session, and thank you to our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break to refresh ourselves before continuing to the rest of our distinguished speakers. The conference will resume in 12:25 p.m. We kindly ask you to stay connected to this Zoom link. So we will recommence the session promptly at 12:25 p.m. Enjoy your break and see you soon.
Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI, PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau Sport and Science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asiles Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau Sport and Science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asila Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta. Berawal pada tahun 1998, di mana hadirnya Deklarasi Surabaya yang mengakui olahraga sebagai disiplin ilmu tersendiri. Sehingga olahraga tidak hanya dipandang sebagai upaya untuk kebugaran jasmani dan rohani bagi masyarakat, tetapi menjadi bukti untuk menunjukkan kedikdayaan Indonesia di mata bangsa lain. Tujuan mulia ini dikembangkan oleh Universitas Negeri Surabaya untuk mendukung kemajuan dan pembangunan olahraga di Indonesia. Salah satu komitmen tersebut diwujudkan melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC sebagai implementasi untuk menghasilkan dan mengembangkan ilmu keolahragaan atau sport and science sebagai bentuk respon tantangan yang terjadi pada lingkungan global saat ini. Melalui kegiatan penelitian, pengembangan, dan pelatihan bagi kemajuan bidang olahraga, baik skala daerah, nasional, maupun internasional. Selain menawarkan keunggulan akademik, diharapkan PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC juga mengupayakan implementasi dan komersialisasi produk yang berhubungan dengan ilmu keolahragaan untuk digunakan oleh para stakeholder dalam rangka meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Disahkannya PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC pada tahun 2020 sebagai tindak lanjut menyempurnakan kelompok kerja sebelumnya, yaitu Asila Sport Science and Fitness Center atau SSFC. Sebagai kelompok kerja penelitian dan pengembangan produk ilmu keolahragaan yang secara khusus dibentuk oleh pimpinan Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang telah disesuaikan dengan prioritas keunggulan dalam 3 lingkup bidang olahraga, yaitu olahraga pendidikan dan masyarakat, olahraga kesehatan dan rekreasi, serta olahraga prestasi. Melalui PUI PT Sport and Exercise Research Center atau SERC, tujuan Universitas Negeri Surabaya dalam meningkatkan budaya olahraga, meningkatkan sinergi antar unsur keolahragaan, terutama menjembatani antara akademisi dengan praktisi, serta memajukan industri keolahragaan akan terwujud dengan optimal. Sehingga diharapkan mampu meningkatkan daya saing bangsa Indonesia di internasional melalui produk-produk unggulan keolahragaan yang tercipta.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break. The time has come to continue our keynote session. I will now hand the virtual floor back to our moderator, Miss Aulia Putri Sriwardani MSc, to introduce our subsequent lineup of distinguished speakers. For Miss Aulia Putri Sriwardani MSc, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Aulia Putri Sriwardani and I will be your moderator for this session today. Welcome to all participants joining us from various countries and from across Indonesia. Thank you for taking the time to be part of this webinar. Selamat datang untuk seluruh peserta yang hadir dari berbagai negara dan juga dari seluruh Indonesia. Terima kasih telah meluangkan waktu untuk bergabung dalam webinar ini. So today we are very lucky to have two amazing speakers with us. First, we have Professor Dr. Fatih Hazar from Bitlis Eren University, Turkey. And second, we have Dr. Muhammad Adel, PhD from National Taipei University, Taiwan. We are truly honored to have them both with us. So before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that you can ask questions in two ways. The first one is to use the raise hand feature if you would like to speak directly. So our operator will notice your raised hand and promote you to be a panelist so that you are able to speak directly to the speaker. Second, you may also type your questions in the chat or Q&A box. So please feel free to send your questions at any time during the presentation. All right, now let's move to our first speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Fatih Hazar from Bitlis Eren University, Turkey. He is a highly respected academic in sports science, known for his work in physical activity, recreation, exercise performance, and public health. He has published widely, served as an editor for several international journals, and contributed to many scientific books and conferences. With decades of teaching, research, and leadership experience, he brings a wealth of knowledge to today's session. We are truly honored to have him here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Fatih Hazar. So hello, Professor. How are you today?
Hello, fine. Thank you. What about you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. So how's the weather in Turkey right now, Professor?
It's almost the beginning of the winter. We are waiting for the snowing.
Okay, it must be cold over there. So we are really glad that we have you here. Thank you for taking the time to join this webinar. I kindly
You are
remind
welcome.
you that you have 50 minutes to deliver your presentation, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A session. So without further
Thank
ado, Professor Fatih, the screen is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your kind presentation of me to the participants. Let me show. Okay. Just a minute. First of all, hello. to everybody who is listening to me here. And good morning. It's almost the beginning of the morning here in Turkey. So, selamun aleyküm.
Waalaikumsalam
And
warahmatullah.
I am really very happy to attend your congress and to meet everybody from the Indonesia and the other countries too. First of all, let me introduce a little bit more about me. I am from the Turkey. We call it Turkey, not Turkey. It's important for us. And I am a full professor of the sports science. I am also the head of the physical education and sports department here too. When Miss Alina asked me about the participation about your congress, I really honored about participation in your congress. So I will try to make a little, I will try to share my knowledge about agility with you. I hope you will like it. So let me start it. Okay. My presentation will be about agility in sport, definitions, understanding, testing, and relation to racket sports too. Okay, if you are ready, I am beginning. Maybe in sports science, agility is a more confused and more complex concept. It is hard to define the agility. Now I will show you, I will present you. There are many definitions of agility because it is a complex motoric ability, so it is really very hard to explain it. In literature, we will see many definitions of agility, many definitions. So, in this presentation, we will try to understand what is agility, really, what is it, and how to measure the agility in sports, and the connection between the racket sports too. Here, first of all, how does agility affect sports performance? Agility is one of the most vital components of athletic performance, playing a crucial role in nearly every sport, every type of sport. Agility exercises are essential for enhancing performance by improving reflexes, coordination, and also the reaction times. Whether you are maneuvering around defenders on the soccer field, pivoting in basketball, or dodging an opponent's strike in martial arts, agility helps athletes move efficiently and react swiftly to changing game situations. While speed, strength, and endurance are often the focus of training, agility combines these attributes into a dynamic skill that allows for superior control and adaptability. It is the ability to change direction rapidly while maintaining balance, strength, and speed, of all which are crucial in competitive sports. If we look at the definitions of agility, now I have written here some definitions of agility. You will see when you look at the literature, there are many definitions. So let's look at them. One of them is this. Agility has been a topic of large discussion in recent years and has led to several experts attempting to clearly define it. One of these and maybe most acceptable definition is agility in sport is defined as rapid whole body movement with change of velocity or direction in response to a stimulus. But let's think about it. Is it enough? No. Let's think about any kind of sport. If to say this is an agility, is it important or is it required to move all the body? No, only a part of body can move agility too, can move quickly. So this is an example of large definition, but it is not enough for the define the agility very well. Let's look at the other definitions. Agility is the ability to rapidly change body direction, accelerate or decelerate. It is influenced by balance, strength, coordination, and skill level. Agility can be improved by first developing an adequate base of strength and conditioning that is appropriate for the difficulty level of the athlete. Another definition. Agility is a physical ability to change position and direction quickly and efficiently, and is one of the most important skills in both individual and team sports. You will see these definitions are very similar. Classic definition of the agility. Classically, agility has been defined as the ability to depart, stop, and change direction quickly, or the ability to change direction quickly and accurately. Another one, agility in the simplest terms is the ability to change direction quickly while maintaining control of your body. Another one, it involves not just physical attributes like speed and balance, but also cognitive components like decision making and anticipation. Another one, in sports, agility allows athletes to adjust to rapidly changing situations, whether it is dodging an opponent, shifting to defend against a play, or adjusting to a ball's unpredictable trajectory. Unlike linear speed, agility focuses on multidirectional movements. It is very important, multidirectional movements. It is about being able to accelerate, decelerate, pivot, and react efficiently, all while keeping your body balanced and in control. This is also important. We will see about this. Body balance and body control is very important about agility. This combination of speed, control, and awareness makes agility an indispensable skill in most sports. It is important to distinguish agility skill from change of direction ability. Agility skill, unfortunately, usually it is mixed agility and change of direction. Agility is not only a change of direction. Agility can contain the change of direction, but it is not only. So, agility skill requires perception action coupling, where movements are influenced by real-time stimuli, unlike the isolated techniques used for change of direction. Yeah, another definition you see very similar. The ability to quickly change body position or direction of the body. This is another definition. And in young athletes, well-developed agility is acknowledged as a critical factor for success, as it contributes to athletes' performance in various open skill sports. So, let's go more. According to development of agility competence in yacht is deemed necessary by strength and conditioning coaches. Moreover, agility attained recognition by its implementation in long-term athletic development models, which guide a systemic enhancement of skills and abilities through childhood and adolescence. Despite the generally accepted high significance of agility for sports performance, Light and Oliver stated that agility is arguably one of the most underreached fitness components within the pediatric literature. Due to dearth of research unraveling the impacts of age and maturation on agility, performance is difficult, and assertions about agility's optimal trainability are generally speculative. So, what we have seen here, we have the similar type of definitions in the literature about the agility. They are very similar, but which one is the completely definition of agility? No, there is not a complete definition. I think there is a not complete definitions of agility. Let's look at the components of agility. Components of agility. First of all, we must know this. Agility is a multifaceted skill made up of several key components. Agility involves a rapid movement in response to a stimulus. Very important. While change of direction speed persons to planned movements. Understanding these components will help break down what goes into building better agility. Agility is complex motoric movement and it contains some motoric abilities together, like speed. Agility must contain speed. It must be whether the whole body speed or only one part of the body speed. Balance, body balance, coordination, reflexes, and also very important thing to another thing, cognitive processing. These motoric abilities are very important to contain to get the good agility. Let's look at them. Speed. Agility includes the ability to accelerate and decelerate quickly. While speed in a straight line is important, in agility, speed needs to be adaptable to sudden changes in direction. Sudden changes in direction. Athletes need to accelerate out of turns or stops just as quickly as they sprint forward to. So speed, one of the most containing of the agility. The other component is balance. Maintaining balance is critical during rapid movements. Athletes need to stabilize their bodies when they stop, turn, or change of direction, or the execution of a skill. Core strength along with stability in the legs and hips ensures that movements remain controlled. Another component is coordination. Proper coordination between different parts of the body is essential for smooth, effective movement. This allows athletes to shift between actions like running, jumping, and pivoting seamlessly. Another component of agility is reflexes. Quick reflexes are essential in most sports. Agility requires that athletes not only react swiftly to visual or physical stimuli, but also make split-second adjustments to their movements. And the last one, cognitive processing. Agility is much a mental skill as it is a physical one. Athletes must assess their environment rapidly, anticipate opponents' actions, and make decisions in real time. This cognitive processing helps players position themselves for success even before an opponent or station fully unfolds. This is the components of agility according to a author. But there is another classification about the components of agility. It is much more detailed. It is this one. Young et al. made this classification. It is also agility in invasion sports and the classification of agility or the classification of components of agility. There are three parts: cognitive, physical, and technical. In cognitive part, decision making, speed, accuracy are very important. Here, visual scanning, anticipation, pattern recognition, and knowledge of stimulus are important. The second part of agility is physical part. Here, leg muscle qualities, it also needs strength, power, and reactive strength of leg muscles. The other the other one of physical part is core strength, and the other one is strength speed. And the third part of agility is also feet placement, technical part, and it is feet placement, adjustment of steps to auxiliary, and body lean position. This is another classification of the parts of the agility according to Young et al. So, why is agility important in sports? Let's look at it. Because agility plays a vital role in almost every sport. Improved agility contributes to better reaction times, overall athletic abilities, and critical skills such as balance, stability, coordination, and recovery, enhancing health related fitness and athletic performance. It is the trait that allows athletes to stay ahead of the game, react swiftly to change, react again, I am telling again, react swiftly to change, and maintain control during rapid transitions. Let's explore how agility impacts various aspects of sports performance. Okay. Why agility? Why is agility important in sports? As we told, the one is quick reactions for reactive agility performance. In fast-paced sports, athletes need to react instantly to changing game situations. The reactive agility test is crucial in measuring quick decision makings, and reaction times, highlighting its importance in assessing athletic performance. Whether you are intercepting a pass in soccer, blocking an opponent in football, or returning a tennis serve, the ability to change direction quickly is crucial. Agility allows athletes to quickly process the play unfolding in front of them and react with precise movement, giving them a tactical advantage over their opponent. For example, in basketball, an agile player can quickly change direction to evade a defender and create space for a shot or pass. The faster an athlete can react to an opponent's movement, the more likely they are succeed in making game-changing plays. The second factor, maintain control under pressure and change of direction. In high-pressure game situations, maintaining control over your movement is essential. Agility enables athletes to perform sharp movements, such as cutting or dodging, without losing balance or momentum. In sports like soccer, hockey, or tennis, where athletes must frequently change direction, an agile player can move fluidly while keeping control of the ball or maintaining balance during complex movements. For example, a soccer forward needs to quickly shift direction to bypass defenders while maintaining control of the ball, all without losing speed. Agility helps them keep their body aligned, allowing for smooth and powerful movements. And the third factor, increased efficiency for improved athletic performance. Athletes with good agility are able to move more efficiently. This is very important. Which type of sports you are doing, not important. In most of the sports, if as an athlete, if you have a good agility, it means that you may move more efficiently. So you may do the skills more of that sport more efficiently. This is very important. Efficient movement means athletes can cover more ground with less energy, which is critical in endurance sports like football, soccer, and basketball. Agility or the other sports too. Agility allows athletes to make sharp, quick, directional changes while maintaining momentum, conserving energy, and performing at high levels over longer periods. In addition, efficient movement can reduce unnecessary stress on muscles and joints, helping athletes avoid fatigue and reduce the risk of injury. This improved movement efficiency is essential for maintaining performance during high-intensity games that last for extended periods. Evet, the fourth factor, enhanced game strategy. Agility enhances the athlete's ability to predict and counteract their opponent's movements. It gives players the ability to react to an opponent's tactics while adjusting their own positioning in real time. In team sports, agility helps players work in harmony with their teammates, adapting their movements and strategies based on the dynamic flow of the game. For example, in soccer, a midfielder with excellent agility can maneuver through the defense, respond to changes in ball direction, and deliver precise passes to take quick shots on goal. In football, a wide receiver can avoid defenders and make rapid cuts to catch passes, relying on their agility to create separation from defenders. And fifth factor is the reduced risk of injury, another important factor. One of the often overlooked benefits of agility is the reduced risk of injury. When athletes are agile, they are better equipped to handle the physical demands of their sport, such as sudden directional changes or uneven playing surfaces. Strong agility reduces the change of overextending muscles, slipping or twisting joints awkwardly. For example, in sports like football and basketball or other sports, knee and ankle injuries are common during sharp pivots or landings from jumps. Agility training improves the strength and coordination of muscles, tendons, and ligaments that stabilize joints, reducing the likelihood of injuries in these high-stress moments. In other words, many avoidable sports-related injuries occur when our body falls out of alignment while we are in the middle of dynamic motion. For example, jumping, running, or lifting that are you can find at almost at every kind of sports. Sorry. Agility training improves flexibility, balance, and also control. Agility helps the body to maintain proper alignment and posture during movement. And all of these reduce the risk of injury in that sport. If we look at the testing agility, in literature, you will see many agility tests, like Illinois agility test, 505 agility test, hexagonal obstacle agility test, and many. If you look at them, there are different kind of tests. For example, an Illinois agility test, you only run and change of direction rapidly. But in hexagonal obstacle agility test, you just jump over a hexagonal shape. And 505 or in T agility test, you just run to right, left, or backward. You see, if you are interested in agility tests, really there are many different type of tests. You must choose which test is useful for you for your sport. Let's look at here. Testing agility is a complex task that requires a comprehensive approach. Agility is a multifaceted concept that encompasses various physical and cognitive components, including speed, strength, power, flexibility, and reaction time too. To accurately measure agility, it is essential to use a combination of tests and assessment that evaluate different aspects of agility performance. Yeah, as I told you before, if you use only one agility test, it may not enough for you or for a trainer, because maybe to measure the agility or to test the agility, you must use complex or two or more agility tests, or only one agility test that is directly related to your sport type. This is very important. Very, very important. For example, uh, let's say for badminton. For the badminton players, if you use only Illinois agility test, it will be not enough, because you must look at the type of the agility test. The Illinois agility test contains only running and changing directions. But if we think about the badminton play, badminton is not requires only change of directions. It contains jumps, turns, and body control, and many other motoric abilities during the play. So, if you think about again the badminton play, maybe we must choose two or more agility tests to accurately to test the athletes' agilities. Maybe one test is hexagonal obstacle test, because it contains the jumps. Maybe the second one, T agility test, or 505 agility test. Like this, you must decide the perfect or right agility test to use. Yeah, let's go on. Agility tests are designed to assess an athlete's ability to change direction quickly and efficiently, mainly. But it is, again, I am telling you, see here, agility tests are designed to assess an athlete's ability to change direction quickly and efficiently. But it may be not enough for most of the sports. One of the most commonly used tests is the Illinois agility test, which measures an athlete's ability to navigate a course of cones laid out in a specific pattern. Let me explain something here. Really, Illinois agility test is one of the most used agility tests in the world. One of the most used. Also, I used this test maybe 25 years before, when I am doing my PhD in Marmara University in Istanbul. During my PhD dissertation, I used this test. At that time, at the beginning of the 2000s, the agility is unfortunately not much known ability. Only in the world, only a few experts were working on the agility in the world. One from USA, one from England, I think, and one from the Australia, Young, Chelle Dry, and this one. At that time. So at that time, it's a maybe not new, but for the literature, it is a new concept for the at the beginning of the 2000, at the beginning of the 2000s. I used these tests. I used at that time also I worked on agility in Turkey. I am the first researcher which is seriously working on the agility in Turkey at that time. I used many agility tests. Illinois agility test, hexagonal obstacle test, T-test, 505 test, many of them. I used I used I used them at high level athletes, sedentaries, beginners, novice athletes at a time. At many types of athletes, I used these tests and I saw this. There is not a really good agility test. You must choose the most appropriate test for your sport, for your kind of sport. Maybe to use one, two, or three agility tests will be perfect for your kind of sport to measure or to test your athletes. Okay, let's go. Continue. One of the most common used tests is Illinois agility test, which measures an athlete's ability to navigate a course of cones laid out in a specific pattern. This test evaluates pace, speed, change of direction, and body control, providing a clear picture of an athlete's agility performance. Okay, clear picture of athlete's agility performance, but only in terms of change of direction, body control, and speed. Literature says this. Literature says that Illinois agility test evaluates pace, change of direction, and body control, providing a clear picture of an athlete's agility performance. Okay, but if any sport containing jumping, turns backward, right, left, so it is enough. This Illinois agility test enough to test the athlete's agility? No, I think no, not enough. Another popular test is the T-test, which assesses an athlete's ability to move forward, backward, and laterally. This test is particularly useful for sports that require rapid whole body movement in multiple directions, such as basketball and soccer. The T-test helps identify strengths and weakness in an athlete's agility skill, allowing for targeted training sessions to improve performance. Another one, reactive agility tests are also crucial for tests for measuring agility. These tests evaluate an athlete's ability to respond to unpredictable stimuli, such as a coarse command or a visual cue. Reactive agility performance is essential in sports, where quick decisions making and rapid response to changing direct situations are critical. By incorporating reactive agility tests into an assessment routine, coaches can gain insights into an athlete's cognitive processing and reflexes, which are vital components of overall agility. In addition to these specific tests, agility performance can be measured through various drills and exercises that mimic game situations. For example, shuttle runs, cone drills, and agility ladder exercises can provide valuable data on athletes' speed, coordination, and balance. By combining these different methods, coaches and trainers can develop a comprehensive understanding of an athlete's agility and create personalized training programs to enhance their performance. Overall, measuring agility requires a holistic approach that considers both physical agility and cognitive factors. Evet. Yeah, when we are thinking about the agility, always we must think about the cognitive factor side of the agility. Because agility also has a cognitive side. By using a variety of tests and assessments, athletes can gain a deeper understanding of their agility performance and work toward improved athletic performance in their respective sports. How agility affects different performance in different sports. Agility is a key factor across various sports, but its importance and the way of manifest can vary depending on the specific demands of the game. Yeah, the specific demands of the game or the sport type is very important because every sport, every type of sport has their unique movements. So agility must be special to that kind of sport. Here is how agility plays a critical role in some popular sports. Okay, let me let me go a little bit faster. Football and soccer. In football and soccer, agility is fundamental for players to navigate the field efficiently. Whether a football player is evading defenders or a soccer player is maneuvering the ball, agility allows athletes to make quick turns, cuts, and sprints. We have short time, so I will go quickly. Football running backs and wide receivers rely on agility to break through defense lines, while soccer players use it to wave past opponents and create scoring opportunities. Agility helps athletes maintain control of the ball, avoid collisions, and react quickly to changes in gameplay, such as intercepting passes or adjusting to an opponent's sudden movement. How agility affects performance in different sports. Basketball. Basketball requires agility on both offense and defense. Offensive players need agility to change direction rapidly, shake off defenders, and drive to the basket. Defensive players rely on agility to stay in front of their opponents, block shots, and quickly transition between offense and defense. A player with exceptional agility can execute complex moves such as spin moves, crossovers, and step back shots while maintaining balance and control. Agility also allows players to react quickly when shifting from a defensive step to an offensive attack after a turnover. Tennis. Tennis is similar to badminton and others, but not of course not the same, but a little bit similar. In tennis, agility is critical for reacting to an opponent's shots and covering the court efficiently. Players must make rapid lateral movements, backpedal quickly, and accelerate toward the ball, all while maintaining balance and positioning for their next shot. Agility allows tennis players to transition seamlessly between offense and defense, helping them maintain control and respond to fast-paced volleys and serves. Tennis players with excellent agility can read their opponent's body language and anticipate where the ball will land, positioning themselves for the next shot before it even arrives. Martial art and combat sports. In martial arts, boxing and mixed martial arts, taekwondo, judo, karate, muay thai, kickbox, agility is crucial for both offensive and defensive techniques. Fighter must quickly dodge punches or kicks while maintaining balance and staying within striking range. Agility enables fighters to move around their opponents, create angles for strikes, and execute counters effectively. Agile fighters can quickly transition from defense to offense, maintaining balance and control during complex movements such as high kicks, grappling, exchange, or evasive footwork. Evet, some tips for improving agility. Improving agility takes dedication, practice, and a well-rounded approach. Are some tips to help you develop greater agility over time. Plyometric trainings. I think you know about the plyometric trainings. Plyometric exercises such as jump squats, box jumps, and lateral bounce improve explosive power, which is essential for accelerating quickly and making sharp directional changes. These exercises also enhance lower body strength, which is crucial for maintaining balance during rapid movements. Core strength. A strong core is essential for maintaining balance and stability. Exercises like planks, Russian series, and medicine ball slumps can build core strength, enhancing your agility and ability to control your body during quick directional changes. Flexibility and mobility. Agility requires a full range of motion, so flexibility is essential. Incorporating dynamic stretching, yoga, or foam rolling into your routine can increase your flexibility and reduce muscle stiffness, improving your overall agility. Okay. There is a little time, so footwork practice and mental sharpness. Okay. Trainability of agility. Due to multidimensional nature of agility, there is a broad spectrum of training methods to enhance this skill, the agility. Although movement specific and the representative design of practice are related to transfer, training can be remote to the target movement and sporting context and still be capable of improving agility performance. Thus, it is not a strict necessity to train agility as a whole, and improvements can also be attained by training individual components of agility. Okay, let me go faster. In conclusion, the results of positive transfer of different training forms to gains in agility performance lead to the assumption that agility is indeed trainable in yacht, even though the underlying mechanisms are disparate. Let me go faster. I showed this figure before. Okay, let me go faster and to finish it. Conclusion: agility is a critical factor in sports performance, influencing everything from an athlete's ability to react quickly to maintaining control under pressure and executing strategic plays. It combines speed, balance, coordination, and cognitive processing into a versatile skill that can elevate your game across a wide variety of sports. Interestingly, higher levels athletes have been shown to perform better on agility tests than lower level athletes. This indicates that improving an athlete's agility may be very important if they wish to progress and compete at a higher level in their sport. Yeah. By incorporating agility drills into your training routine and focusing on core strength, flexibility, and mental sharpness, you can significantly improve your agility. Whether you are on the soccer field, basketball court, tennis court, badminton court, or in the boxing ring, agility is the key to unlocking your full athletic potential. The ability to move quickly, react efficiently, and maintain control will give you a competitive edge and help you achieve your athletic goals. Agility in racket sports is very important. Enhanced coordination, agility, and reflex. One of the standout benefits of playing racket sports is the improvement in hand-eye coordination, balance, and reaction speed. These games require quick reflexes and precise movements, making them an excellent way to enhance cognitive and motor skills. Yeah, the so-called racket sports include a variety of disciplines such as badminton, racquetball, paddle, tennis, table tennis, squash, etc., which are competed individually or in pairs. Racket sports are characterized by being acyclic disciplines. Acycling, it contains acyclic movements. Disciplines which combine very intense physical load cycles with short breaks, allowing incomplete recovery from the efforts performed. Agility in badminton, shortly, I mentioned about this, so I will mention here very shortly. Agility is a crucial variable for outstanding performance in badminton competitions and hence was selected as an outcome measure. The importance of agility in badminton cannot be overemphasized. Players must be able to move swiftly across the court, adjust between offensive and defensive roles, and return shots from a variety of angles. Okay, these are the references, and thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Fatih, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. Now we're moving on to the Q&A session, Professor. So
Yeah.
participants, you may use the raise hand feature to ask questions directly, or also you can type your questions in the chat box. Okay, let me
Okay.
check for the questions first. Maybe we have some participant that would like to ask some questions.
Okay.
Let's see. Mm, while waiting for the participant to ask questions, I think I will ask you my questions, Professor.
Okay.
It is very interesting that agility contribute to a lot of factors in sport. But how about injury prevention? Do you think that agility also contribute to injury prevention in various sports?
Yes. 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 I mentioned about it here. It is reduces the risk of injury.
All right.
Very
Okay.
important.
It is
To
very important, right?
Yeah, very, very important. The agility of an athlete is very important for reducing risk of the injury. Very important.
Okay, and do you face limitations in current research regarding agility, especially in record sports?
Sorry, I'll again,
Uh,
or you may write.
sure, I would like to rephrase my questions. Do you face limitations? I mean, like, what are the limitations exist in current research regarding agility in record sports? Because I see that you have many.
Master. As a master, if you cannot explain the type of the test to the athlete correctly and understandably, they will execute, unfortunately, different forms of movements. So it is not, let's say, it is not a speed test. It is not a strength test. It is not usual. So when you are doing this test, especially for the racket sports, you must explain to all athletes clearly about the test and how to perform the test. This is very, very important.
All right, thank you so much, Professor. I agree completely with you. Now, I think we have one participant that raises their hand. We have Afif Rusdiawan.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Is it my is audible?
Fine.
E-
What about you?
So I think is a great presentation, Mr. Hazard. So firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Burna Fiandi, and I'm from University Sport Surabaya. And today I want to ask to Mr. Hazard, Professor Hazard. In badminton, we often see athletes showing excellent agility at the beginning of, but their agility drops significantly once fatigue sets in. From your perspective, is it more important to prioritize in training, developing agility in a fresh or a non-fatigued schedule, or focusing on fatigue-resistant agility that more closely reflects real match condition? So I think that's my question. Thank you very much, Professor Hazard.
Thank you. Uh, as I heard from your questions, the agility is very important, but agility must be placed at the main part of the, if you are asking about this, must be placed at the main part of the exercise or training, and but also it is useful if you put your agility workouts before uh, the how to say before the lactic acid is not high. It is much more important. Yeah, so I I prefer to use the agility workouts at the beginning of the trainings, just after the flexibility trainings. Is it enough? I don't.
So I think it's enough, Professor. Thank you for your answer. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Another one.
All right. I think we have another participant that would like to ask question.
Hello, bro.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine. What about you?
Okay. I have one question that our university is focused on sport aquatic. So we have I want to know what is the best method to measure the agility for the athlete that being contest in uh, uh, water competition. What is the method? The best method to measure the agility to the athlete that compete in the water water competition like swimming, like pelayaran, shipping. Yeah. That's my question.
I couldn't hear, but Miss Alia, can you help us? I think you are asking about the best test for the swimming.
Yeah, your voice is quite low, sir. Could you please raise your voice a little bit more?
Yes, or you can write here.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
that's
right.
also a good
I
idea.
will write the question.
Okay. But I guess he's asking about agility in some water sports. But let's see the chat box. I think that
Okay, I am waiting. If I understood right, he's asking about the most appropriate agility test for water sports. Am I right?
Right, right. I just write the question in the
Ah,
chat box.
okay, I am trying to explain it. First of all, you must think the type of your sport. What type of movements, what type of skills included in your sport. You must think about this. If you think about swimming, any type, any style of swim,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, any type of swimming. Let's think about it. Whatever style you do in swimming, the most important thing I think the agility of hands, shoulders, shoulder movements, arm movements are very important. So also legs are important too, but maybe a little bit arm movements are important. So we must choose for this. We must choose. I think we must choose firstly the agility test. Uh, who are including the arm movements. Arm movements. For this, there are some tests. I don't know. Maybe you have heard about it. There are table plating tests. Table that are on the table. You are moving your arms, two arms, and this one may be useful for the water sports, I suggest. And also one test for the for measuring the legs. It may be hexagonal obstacle or a T-test maybe. I think Illinois agility not so suitable for the water sports. As I said, you may use for legs T-test, T-agility test, or 505 agility test. And for arms, you may use table plate test. I suggest.
So,
Yeah.
in my opinion, because we are in sailing like sport aquatic, we have to face the wave to make our agility strong and our balancing strong. That's why I want to know what is the method, how we want to measure the one.
Okay. Just whatever the sport type is, we must think about our sport and the skills, which type of skills are important for our sport, and after that we will look at the agility tests because there are many agility tests, and we will see which agility test contains the same or the similar
Resources when we compete. We have the problem of this.
I can't hear so clearly. I can't hear so clearly, sorry.
Okay, I will type the question for you.
Okay.
All right, let's wait a little bit for one of our participants to type his question in the chat box. Okay, let me check. Okay, we already got the questions on the chat box, Professor.
Yeah.
So he mentioned that we have the problem to measure because the natural source, like we have, like what if it's different? I guess it's, he's asking about if they have different sources.
Oh, it is hard to answer, but I suggest that maybe for this type of moments or situations, he may choose or you may choose the agility test that contains the high cognitive factors. Maybe because there are wave and there are moments, they are very open skills, open type of skills, you see, open as acyclic skills or open type of skills. So if you look at the characteristic type of the skill, maybe you may use maybe you may use agility test that contains high cognitive factors. But here is a different thing. So I advise you to do this. Use the different type of agility tests and confirm with the succeed of your sport athletes. So get the most useful agility test for your type. I advise you use. I am telling again. Use many types of test, agility test, and after that, compare them with your success, with your athlete's success, and decide which agility test or tests will be useful for you later for next years. I advise this.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you so much,
Mom. Thank
Professor,
you so much,
for
Rob,
your
for
answer.
your advice.
Okay, very good. So we're moving to the end of the discussion for today. So thank you so much, Professor, for your valuable insights and engaging discussion during the Q&A session.
You are welcome. I am very happy to be here.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your time, and you are more than welcome to remain with us. But if you have other agenda, you may leave the session at your convenience. Hopefully, we can connect in the future.
I hope to. Thank you for your organization. Thank you to the organization committee of this good conference who organized this and invited me. Thank you to you two again for your effort during the arranging plan, programs, everything. Thank you again.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor. So now, everyone, let's continue to our next speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Muhammad Adel, PhD, from the Master Program in Smart Healthcare Management at National Taipei University, Taiwan. Dr. Adel is a biomedical engineer and physiotherapy specialist whose research spans biomechanics, resistance training, energy expenditure, telerehabilitation, neuroplasticity, and human performance. He has conducted impactful research on stroke rehabilitation, spinal cord stimulation, gait analysis, and exercise physiology, and has published widely in high-quality international journals. With a strong background in both clinical physiotherapy and advanced biomedical research, Dr. Adel brings a valuable interdisciplinary perspective to today's session. We are honored to have him with us. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Muhammad Adel. Dr. Adel, thank you for being with us today. How are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Perfect. Thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful research conference. And it's my pleasure to join and share my insights and lecture on the topic. So let me share my screen and yes, we can start.
All right.
All right, so screen is, can you see my screen, Olia? Is Olia?
Yes, it's clear over here.
Okay, perfect. So, all right, so I say like, hi everyone and good afternoon. I think I'm not very far, just 1 hour ahead of innovation time. So today I will introduce a topic on artificial intelligence, AI technology, in terms of human movement and lifestyle to improve performance. So before starting for this topic, I will introduce myself first. So as the presenter, as the host already introduced me, I'm Adil. I'm originally from Pakistan and I'm currently working in Taiwan in National Taipei University Smart Healthcare Management Program. And I'm a physical therapist, so I come from a medical background, but currently I'm working in healthcare and biomedical engineering field. My research interests are mostly related to wearables, which I'm currently working on, and sports performance, physical therapy and rehabilitation, testing some protocols, and designing exercise plans. As well, digital health and healthcare informatics, dealing with the healthcare data, and also using AI, all of these ideas to integrate how to improve the movement, how to improve the methods in terms of rehabilitation. And also the last thing, I'm also have interest with active aging and sedentary lifestyles. So in today's talk, the topics I'm going to cover, it will be related to human movement. So how human movement and AI, they are emerging, and how lifestyle behavior, physical activity, and AI, they are related, and they have interconnectedness. And then some couple of applications in terms of using AI for physical activity, either classification or either detection or prediction. And then there will be some couple of take-home messages I want to share with you, with all of you. And at the end, I would like to ask to everyone at the end to just go through a link and then just submit a response with a couple of questions so that I can know your self-reflection. And if you have any questions, we can proceed with Q&A and discussion later on. Okay, so the first topic, it is related to human movement science and AI. I think all of you guys know what is movement science, and it is related to humans. So it is like all the movements we do every day, and how AI is serving in this domain in terms of monitoring movement, in terms of predicting some features related to movement, which can serve for the sports field, for the public health field, for the clinical field. So I mean, the application would be diverse. So actually, human movement science, it is a study where we learn like how human move. So it covered different kind of context. So it is a study which deal with how people move in different context, and then the factors, because these are important. The factors which are related to the analysis of the movement, improvement, and recovery of physical activity. Because I know most of you guys are from sports department or maybe rehabilitation department. So I mean, being a sports scientist or sports trainer, the main important thing is the movement or performance. And then this human movement science, it is focusing on issues which is the concern. I mean, which is the thing which we deal in this science in terms of physical activity, which we do every day. It could be related to work, free time, or any kind of recreational activity or specified activity that would be related to specific sports. So it also cover different kind of perspectives, combining from social, natural, and health sciences. So it also covered different domains, dimensions, field knowledge like anatomy, physiology, biomechanics, motor control, psychology, and epidemiology. So all these different kind of fields, they are studied in human movement science, and many more, which can be studied in relation to performance ability and exercise. So the focus would be on at individual level or at group level, at different skills, age, and fitness. When we talk about movement, we have to also deal with analysis, because movement, if we will think about just observatory movement, it would have that would be a traditional approach, maybe 20 years ago, 2 decades ago, or 3 decades ago. But we are in a modern era where we are living in digital era. So we deal with technology. So we need to deal with analysis. So the key areas where human movement analysis or this domain is serving, it's robotics, dealing with all different types of robots, from surgical to the rehabilitation to everyday activity related robots. Biomechanics, this is another direction, and also data science. So, I mean, these are different three key areas where we can think about how we can run analysis in terms of robotics, biomechanics, or data science. The simple idea is it includes tracking the movement, posture estimation, and movement synthesis. As I mentioned, like 1-2 decades ago, it was observatory analysis. And I still remember when I was studying master degree a few years ago, then I was recording the video and then doing analysis by clicking the points. It takes time and there would be more error involved. Then the transition of technology from manual labeling to motion capture. And now motion capture to we move to further video-based or markerless motion capture. So I mean, with the each we can say decade, the technology improves. So now we are in an era where we will record a video, or we will just use markerless motion capture using video analysis. So as I mentioned before, currently there are a couple of technologies available. I just put the key points. I just want to say key points. So I would be able to raise some questions. You guys can ask me questions, and how this technology is used and how it can help in different sports, something like that. So markerless motion capture, which I mentioned before, this is the technology is being used where you need just 1 or 2 mobile phones, and you can record a video, and then you can track the motion and then do analysis according to the application provided by that motion capture. And the second is sensors, which is called wearable sensors. So wearable sensors I'm currently working with, it includes accelerometer and gyroscopes, and also different types of wearable sensors. I will show further examples in coming slides. And then comes some kind of AI technology. Because we are talking about AI. Like what are the human movement science and what is the relation of the AI? So in terms of AI, the commonly used technologies or algorithms are computer vision, machine learning, and smart algorithms in terms of deep learning models or artificial neural networks. Actually, they help to do real-time analysis, because AI help to do real-time analysis for biomechanics, for the applications of sports, physical therapy, rehabilitation. And then it also helped to assess some techniques. Maybe it could be the athlete training related technique, athlete movement related technique. It can predict injury risk. That is also a very, very important key point when when being a sports coach or sports scientist, we are training an athlete, we think about how to reduce injury risk if there would be some posture imbalance or there would be wrong posture, which can be recorded through the motion capture. And then design personalized training. So I mean, all these domains AI can help, but we need a real human or a sport scientist or coach or trainer who can tell to AI what we need. Then AI can help in that term. Yes. So then the next point comes is like lifestyle, because when we talk about movement, we will see like what is our lifestyle behavior. So actually lifestyle behavior, physical activity, and movement, these are kind of interrelated concepts. So they are not very different from each other. So lifestyle is an umbrella term which cover physical activity, which cover movement, specific kind of motions. So how lifestyle, physical activity, and AI are related? So as we know that What is physical activity? I think everyone know that. I don't want to spend more time to describe the basic concepts, but I will try to highlight the important ideas. So as we know, WHO, World Health Organization, defines physical activity. It could be any movement anyone perform by skeletal muscles that requires energy expenditure. So when we move our any body part and spend some energy, then it is called physical activity. That could be simple sitting activity. That could be standing. That could be walking, anything. So as mentioned in the second point, is like include leisure activity, transport when we walk from one place to another, or it could be domestic activities, or it could be work-related activities. It can also include moderate, vigorous sports activities. It could be walking, it could be cycling, and also other sports, active recreation, play. And it depends on everyone's skills and level. So according to WHO, there are 31% of adults and 80% of adolescents who do not meet the recommended levels of physical activity. So, I mean, there could be two points to talk actually. One is public health intervention, the other is sports related. If we are talking about sports related, then it's different. I mean, because if someone is in sports, doing some sports, he will fulfill this criteria. But if someone who is just a normal sedentary person, not doing sport regularly, then this number is for them. We know that when we talk about physical activity, it is important to maintain health and well-being. And if there is no activity, it will lead to non-communicable diseases and other health-related problems. So physical inactivity and sedentary behaviors both are the contributing cause of non-communicable diseases throughout the world, and they actually burden the healthcare system. I mean, this could be a big burden, especially in the countries where older people population is high or elderly people populations are rising through aging. Then we have lifestyle behavior. I mean, what is lifestyle behaviors? What does it mean? I mean, lifestyle behaviors are simply what we do every day. For example, we can see on the left side figure, the top like self-development, skill development, goals, conditions, lifestyle, daily behaviors, employment, work-related, arts, substance use. I mean, these are all different domains of lifestyle, and lifestyle is an umbrella term, and physical activity is one of the component of lifestyle. So we can see here like the building blocks of healthy lifestyle. It include in the second figure on the right side, stress management and physical activity, social engagement, and healthy eating. So all these are different components of healthy lifestyle. So actually lifestyle and physical activity, they are very, very interrelated. So after going through the key definitions of movement and physical activity and lifestyle, then come up the role of variables. Because when we want to monitor our lifestyle, we need to use some sensors. And in that part, variables play a key role. And now we are incorporating AI technology with variables, where we can use signal, collect signal, and then AI will help us to give us the answers quickly in terms of our research problem or question. So variables actually help us, variables and AI, they can help us to make personalized workout plans. They can help us real-time performance tracking, and they can also help us enhance motivation for doing physical activity. That could be for public health, or that could be sports related. So here is the holistic idea of overall, how to say, like variables or different types of technologies used. We can see here the paper, this paper is discussing about the pedagogy in physical education, specifically for sports science scientists or sports coaches or trainers who are interested or who are working in some kind of sports. And then I took this from the same paper on the right side, and we can see here different type of platforms like gamified. There could be some AR or VR related games, and then there could be variables, there could be fitness apps. All these things help us to collect data, and then through interactive interfaces. For example, if we use wristwatch, the interface would be very great, like Samsung Watch or iPhone Watch, Apple Watch, and then it will enhance motivation of user, and then if they can engage, they can use that to monitor their outcome every day, and at the end of week or end of month they have overall history of their health status in terms of how many steps they walk, how many energy, how many calories they burn. And if we will give this data to AI, then AI will help us solve some problems based on the problem questions which we want to solve. So these are a couple of ideas I try to introduce because the topic is like AI technologies, how it relates with physical activity and lifestyle. And then if we will integrate all of them, then how it will help us to improve the performance. There are a couple of real-time applications. I would mention some of them here. So the first application we can see here, the paper was published in 2019 on the left side, and then they try to relate physical activity with the lifestyle behaviors, and we can see here physical activity and lifestyle behaviors, and on the right side the result shows that once the participants or the people they start doing exercise or they involve in physical activity, after a couple of weeks you can see in the dark shaded area their level of exercise or time of exercise increase after few weeks. So it means if someone start doing exercise and after a few weeks, then adherence to exercise will increase. Then comes there are other outcomes in terms of lifestyle. So I mean, they are doing exercise at different levels, low, moderate, and high, and they are checking them before pre-post type of pre-post way, and they check like if someone start doing exercise, their sedentary time will reduce, and then their biological age gap will also reduce, and then we can see here like their stress score will also reduce. So these are the positive impacts of physical activity. And in terms of food intake, fruits and vegetable, it will increase. Smoking also reduce, and alcohol consumption will also reduce. So I mean, these are a couple of we can say like if someone do exercise, it will impact lifestyle. So this is the direct relation, and they found actually significant relations. The second point mentioning about the role of AI, the same way how it impacts physical activity and lifestyle. So when we talk about lifestyle monitoring, then we will talk about another term which is called as lifestyle medicine. Lifestyle medicine, I mean, the term could be new, but the idea is same, just like personalized medicine. Because I'm working in digital health, so we talk personalized medicine a lot, personalized health a lot. So lifestyle medicine is a similar kind of idea, but it's another term which covers 6 spectrums. One is nutrition, the other is physical activity, sleep medicine, stress management, and chronic disease management. So I mean, these are different spectrum of the 6 domains or dimensions which are covered in lifestyle medicine. So for example, this concept is common in public health interventions or when we design personalized interventions. But what if we will use a similar kind of idea in athlete performance or sports performance? Then how lifestyle medicine will help? That could be another kind of interesting topic because it is a domain. It's not only focusing on one thing. It's focusing on 6 things. And then when we try to integrate AI with this lifestyle medicine, then what are the challenges and what are the future directions? This paper actually mentioning about that. So we can see here there could be data privacy concerns, because when we collect data, then how to manage, how to handle data. Then algorithm bias, what type of AI technique we're going to use. And there is no consensus regulatory body developed. I mean, there are different types of regulatory bodies related to biomedical informatics, health informatics, or related to AI, but they are not, they are not have consensus yet. So we still need regulatory bodies which can define how and to what extent AI will help us, and what is the boundary, through some regulations. So it's still lacking. And another thing is, when we will integrate technology or AI with our these evaluations, different domains, evaluation of different domains, then we need to also understand the user trust and their engagement levels. So I mean, these are also important things, because if someone is going to use some technology and AI helping for that technology, then the user must know that what would be the positive and what would be the negative impacts. Another study is mentioning about AI in motion. So it's a review paper which is giving holistic approach of AI technologies and using virtual assistants, just like chatbots, just like how to say, like the recently the term is very common, AI doctor or digital doctor. Actually, in a couple of countries, this AI doctor is in research, especially in China and also in some other countries, developed countries. They are testing this AI doctor. So it's a similar idea. Just AI act as a sports coach and then give insights or suggestions to their athletes. But the point is, to what extent it's true, or what AI will going to how to say, like output for the training purpose or the exercise plan purpose or performance purpose. So that's what we need to design some methods to test this idea. So I mean, the research is lacking in this idea, and we need long-term assessments, just like the protocols are developed for testing, for assessment, any movement in sports or in rehabilitation through the long term of assessments. So we also need this type of research to test AI related methods. And we have to use hybrid models, not only AI chatbots or AI related elements, but also human. So human can integrate with AI and then tell to AI what we want to do with specific question or data. There are a couple of more applications I want to show here. I think this could be very interesting to you guys in the field of sports, where it's mentioning about what are the domains where AI is helping or where AI can help. It could be load optimization, like selecting the load, specific load for training, pre-training, or maybe after training, something like that. Sports performance, off-training behavior, like to detect or to monitor their athletes' behavior when they are not doing training or when they are not in the field, which may help to develop some strategy according to the personal need. If we think about the concept of lifestyle medicine. Another domain is menstrual cycle management in females. I think this is also very interesting research area, where AI can help. And another important, very highly researched area, which is called injury prevention and return to play. So being a sports scientist, I think this is the key area where everyone want to focus on. Then talent identification and scouting, because sometimes the school team or sports coaches, they're looking for talents. So maybe AI can help by giving some parameters. What parameters we need to recruit that specific athlete or specific talent. So I think AI can help in that way. And then sleep quality as well. So I think these are a couple of domains from this paper's point of view, where they mention to sports scientists. They are referring to sports scientists where they can work on or research on to study AI. So based on this paper, I come up with some like research areas, like we need to develop some updated curricula with AI focused education in physical education for sports coaches and also for the sports athletes. Address the unpredictable nature of team sports, emphasizing interdisciplinary collaboration. This is also very, very important. Maybe if the two sports scientists, they are working, but maybe they are working on different, working for the same sports, but maybe on different aspects. So the collaboration can help each other. As well, clear communication and mutual understanding between sports scientists and AI experts. So we have to understand the need, what we need, and we have to clearly tell to AI what we need. And then critical balance between AI-driven insights and human expertise. Another aspect is focusing on public health. So it is using wearable smart sensors, which are integrating with AI and machine learning for tracking human health. So, I mean, I try to think about, because it was a little bit tricky. What should I present? What would tell you guys, which would be interesting. So I came to know like there could be some research areas, research gaps or challenges which previous studies are facing. Maybe that could be interesting to share with you guys. So maybe it will help you to do some research or improve the sports practice. And here it mentioning about we need devices with some innovative materials, because this could be a sustainability issue. And then algorithm optimization. The same idea, like what type of algorithm we're going to use and why we will use, based on accuracy, based on some predictive capacity, or based on their efficiency, time restraint, something like that. And number 3 is multimodal sensing integration. I will introduce this idea later on. What does multimodal sensing integration means, and maybe 1 or 2 examples. And then if we will emphasize these things, then we can translate the same idea into clinical research as well, where we can help improve patients' physical activity or their health-related outcomes. So this is a holistic overview of AI-related smart AI technology. I would say that smart AI technology which have sensor, which can detect sweat. It could be plasmographic sensor or a glucose sensor, wound infection detector, inhalation sensor, and brain signal sensor for like a brain cap, EEG signal. So I mean, these all sensors are mount up together, and they will be integrated with some AI machine learning models, which can help us to track our health, and then it will tell us where the problem is going on. It can help us when we are going to have a problem based on these different features, because they will have their own ground truth. So then we can detect some kind of early how to say, like injury rate, or we can detect like how to optimize. If there would be injury, then how we would train, or what would be the rehabilitation framework. And that AI system can detect real-time data as well, and then give us the visualization. Another idea, it is interesting and related to what I'm working on. And this is physical fatigue. So physical fatigue and AI and exercise. I mean, I'm trying to collect signal from different physiological signals like brain EEG, EMG, electromyographic signal, and also ECG, electrocardiography or EKG, and then trying to merge them together. That is called multi-sensing. That's called multi-modal sensing. But the challenge is it's very difficult to get a good accuracy above 90% when we combine them together to detect fatigue. So this is the challenge currently. So if you are interested, you can go through this paper in detail as well. Okay, then how it works. So we can see here, like first of all, we will have a raw ECG signal, then clean that, identify which way we want to put into our model, and then we will define and prepare our pipeline in terms of neural network, and then label what feature it will give, what fatigue means, if it is going to detect fatigue, for example, low, moderate, high, and then we will have the final outcome. So this figure on the right side says that if we will use hybrid signal, then the accuracy will be more. But if we will use single signal like EEG or ECG based signal or EMG based signal, then the fatigue detection will not be high. But the highest accuracy till far is not above 90%. It is between 70 to 80%, 70 to 88% accuracy. There's a similar idea in terms of fatigue detection. And the model is here, they are just using wearable smartwatch and contextual factors related to their health related outcomes, like what is their health status, what is their demographics, some factors, some those factors, and then put those data into the ANN models and then classify the fatigue based on 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1 means non-fatigue, 4 means highly fatigued. Because this kind of research has a lot of implications for not only daily life or lifestyle behavior detection, also in athletes, sports science, and also for the drivers who drive for long hours. Yeah. So after going through these, I think I have a couple of more minutes. So I want to wrap up just by saying take home reflections. And I try to introduce the concepts and then try to relate AI with those concepts and then give some examples in terms of previously published papers. So if someone want to work in biomechanics or sports training, then could be interested how can optimize data privacy and model generalization in terms of AI. If someone is trying to work for personalized training, then we need standardization of software and data set, because a lot of open source data set and software are available, but we don't know which one is effective, or which one I'm going to use and I can get the outcome which can help my athletes, something like that. Rehabilitation. In rehabilitation, ethical concerns are pretty high, and the interdisciplinary collaborations for injury exercise plans and clinical populations exercise intervention. In terms of health monitoring, privacy concerns, ethical concerns, they are also big issues. And in terms of prehabilitation, what is prehabilitation? It means exercise before surgery usually. So for example, if someone is going through a surgery, they will go through some preparation before surgery. That could be prehabilitation. And in the sports, it could be going to field. Before going to field, they will train themselves. Then that could be the idea for them to prehabilitation, where they can train themselves according to their needs in the field. So actually, these are all different types of take homes I just understood. Maybe some of them have some overlapping, but in each domains it can serve. Now we can move on to the last part of this talk, and I would like everyone, please scan this QR code and spend some minutes. Maybe you can spend around 5 to 10 minutes and scan, and there would be a couple of questions. I think 5 questions, and then just fill your response, because then I can see like which area could be some questions or Q&A part. So you can take your time, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, scan this QR code, and then just submit your response by going through the questions. There is no point system, so don't worry about that.
All right, everyone. Okay, everyone. So we have a QR code on your screen. So you could scan the QR code and you'd be able to fill some questionnaire, some questions. Okay.
Thank you all for communicating with the participants.
Sure. All right, everyone. So let's move on to our Q&A session, perhaps. We will proceed with the Q&A session while we're waiting for the participant to give feedbacks on your Google form. Right. So let's see. I think we have some questions in the chat box, Doctor.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute because I just want to change to the mode and then I can go back.
Sure. All right, everyone, if you would like to ask some questions, feel free to type your questions on the chat box, or you can also directly ask your questions by raising your hand, and then our operator will notice it and also will point you to speak directly. Okay, Professor, we have one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about we can wait for 2 or 3 more minutes because I think they will take some time to go through the QR code part, and maybe after 2 or 3 minutes we can go. And meanwhile, I can also look questions. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Okay. So, please, everyone, participant in everywhere, feel free to scan the QR code. Okay. Can we see the QR code once more time? One more time?
Yes, sure.
All right. So that's the QR code. So we have 5 questions regarding the presentation of Dr. Adele. We would like to see your understanding of the presentation.
And I will also show you guys the correct answers as well because I don't think so we will have time to go each question one by one, but I'll just show quickly the answers to the questions wherever you are. I think that's great. Let me just show the questions also. Okay. All right, so if you guys can see the screen, then I have a Excel sheet here, which is showing some kind of the same questions which you saw there. So I will just say like the first question, which is here. The correct answer is B, which is machine learning and deep learning on computer vision. And the second question, the answer is A. It's mean analyzing physiological indicators and movement patterns, including heart rate, muscle, fatigue, and gait. Number 3 question, the answer would be C option, which is recognizing and classifying human activities and posture using deep learning and sensors. And number 4, it is like the answer is real-time feedback and immediate adjustments to training regimens. And the last is number 5, the answer is B. It's related to privacy, like data privacy, ethical issues, and the need for explainable AI strategies. So these are the answers.
All right. So those are the questions, and thank you, Doctor, to for explaining us the answers for the questions. Okay. So now, could we move on to the next session, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that is great.
All right. We have one question. So it's about aquatic sports. Let me read the questions over here. So in aquatic sports, we face problems in assessing biomechanical movement because it is influenced by natural forces such as waves and currents that affect body strength. Waves have different types. What is the base procedure for assessing the movement of athletes who compete using an environment with natural forces as an obstacle?
Thank you for the question, and I would answer the question. But before that, I want to say that this is not my expertise where I'm working in aquatic sports, but I can give some insights which can maybe help to the researcher or maybe can navigate further. I think so. If it is me who want to assess the aquatic sports and some resistance or some natural factors, I would use some variables because there are sports related variables available in the market, and they can see the all the features related to biomechanics that could be related to the speed, the time, the balance, and also maybe their posture. Because there are gyro sensors, which is like IMU sensors, which can detect a lot of biomechanical parameters. And then there could be metabolic response as well through their oxygen consumption, through because that's very important for this aerobic activity. So I think so. Variable can help to collect some signal or some data, which can make meaningful insights to help improve this kind of natural resistance or buoyancy or some kind of these kind of factor. I can give one example. Actually, I was when I was studying my master degree, I was how to say like validating concept to rowing, indoor rowing, and I mean concept two I was using as a how to say like as a gold standard. And then I have another rowing machine from Taiwan made company, and then I want to understand how that concept 2 is working. So when I came to know about their mechanism, their formulas, their calculations, their predictions, they use very intriguing way. They use air resistance and they calculate air drag, they calculate air resistance, and they put that factor into their equation. So when someone is doing indoor rowing using concept 2, then they can know how much time they will how much time, how much calories, how much I mean in terms of their biomechanics, can know their parameters which can help to determine the performance of rowing athlete. So, I mean, this could be the strategy I would suggest. I'm not expert in this field, but to me, I can, if I would be in this field, I would learn how to use some variables available for aquatic science and then apply and then collect some biomechanic signals to see, does it make sense for me or not?
All right, thank you for your answer, Dr. Adel. So let's see, maybe we have another questions from the chat box, or if participants, if you would like to answer to ask the questions directly, you can raise your hand one more time. Let's see. Okay, I think we have one more question. So, Dr. Adel, let me just say that your presentation feels so futuristic because I think AI is our future, will play an important part in our future, right? Especially in sport analysis and sport performance improvement. But how would you suggest that our government ensure the AI development in sport and health, especially, is ethical and inclusive? What do you think about this?
Yeah, actually, this is very great question, and I talk on that not on the policy level, but when we talk about policy or we talk about some framework, actually this is another research area, I would say that. So maybe I would not be able to say exact, how to say, like which work in the case, maybe Indonesian case, Indonesian country. But I would say that this is something where we can think about. For example, if we are going to implement any healthcare related policy, then there is a framework available. There is a policy available. So I think sports related integration of AI in sports related domain, there would be need to develop. I'm not sure about the case of Indonesia. Maybe if any researcher or any professor who is here, I would also like to know about if there is any strategy available. But if not, then maybe this could be the research where one of the researcher can work to develop some policy, because maybe we need to develop. To be honest, there is no one consensus body which which agree with the use of AI. For example, if I'm using AI to make clinical decision support in the emergency care in hospital, there would be a lot of questions. It's not only to make a how to say, like a prototype algorithm. It's something to implement throughout the country. So in that case, we need to communicate. First of all, develop a framework and then communicate with some maybe the guys, sports guys who are working in Indonesia, and then test at some couple of settings. And after that, it could be part of the policy. But we need in this direction.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Adel, for your answers. Actually, in UNESA, in our university, we have one study program that talks about sport analysis. So maybe they have some questions for you, but because the limitation of time, I think this is gonna be that was gonna be our last question.
Right.
And thank you so much, Dr. Adel, for the valuable knowledge you have shared and for the engaging Q&A session.
Yeah. Just before taking the question, I want to say that thank you so much, and I will provide my email address. Maybe if as the participants want to know the material, maybe I would like request, maybe share with them. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to write to me, because time is pretty short and I don't think so we can cover a lot of questions here. So yeah, that's it.
Right. So participants, if you have any more questions, you may ask the Dr. Adel directly. So again, thank you so much. We are very grateful to have you here. You may stay with us or leave the meeting whenever you need. So since this is our final session, we will now proceed to the closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our webinar session for today. Thank you very much for all the speakers and all the participants who stayed with us until the end. Terima kasih banyak kepada seluruh pembicara dan juga para peserta yang sudah bersama sampai akhir. Thank you all for your active participation and great energy today. I hope today's session was useful and inspiring for all of you. That's all from me. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I now return the session to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Miss Aulia Putri Sriwardani MSJ, for guiding such an insightful session. And also thank you to our distinguished speakers. Attention to all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we near the conclusion of the first annual Sport Exercise and Research Conference, we have a very important announcement. Regarding your attendance and certificate, we kindly remind everyone to fill the attendance form link for today's session. The link is available in the Zoom chat box. Completing this form is mandatory for the issuance of your e-certificate of participation. Please take a moment to click the link, submit your data before we proceed to the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of the first day of first annual Sport Exercise and Research Conference. Please be reminded that the conference will continue tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. On behalf of the committee, I apologize for any technical glitches or inconvenience during today's event. Have a pleasant afternoon and see you tomorrow. Good afternoon.